Was on this day.
In 1971, Tiffany was born, who made that song very popular in the 80s. I Think We're Alone Now. Not her song. She covered it also. But that was Billy Joe Armstrong. The rest of Green Day said, "We don't want anything to do with that, Billy. You're on your own with covering I Think We're Alone Now."
You know, why
This could be...
Couldn't we have gone back and played the original by Tommy James and the Shondells?
Well,
I'll get to it.
but this could be as timely as today's headlines, too, if you think about it.
Why is that?
Well, because the president and the first lady are going to be alone in the White House quarantining because if people didn't hear, we got 2 positive COVID tests.
We got more than that. We got 3. We got 3 because they keep talking about Hope Hicks in there as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
so there's 3, but there's more.
Oh, sure.
That's Tommy James, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't like that one any better, do you?
I kind of liked it, the original. I kind of liked it when I would hear it, and then Tiffany ruined it. And I don't know, Billy Joe Armstrong, what? I don't have no
He's
idea what he must
quarantining
have.
Home Alone.
I
He
have
did it for fun.
No, bull, he was not either. I don't. Now, I like
Crystal Blue Persuasion?
This is a cool song. I like it.
Tommy James and the Shondells.
Tommy James did a lot. They did a lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff, yeah.
Seth, what's this one? Oh, Toe on the Line.
Dragging the Line.
Dragging the Line, yeah.
This is a good one. This is actually quite good.
This was all the late 60s? Early. When is, you got a date?
Right
on
around
these?
in there. I don't have a date on these.
Anyway. I heard, when I heard you mention Green Day, Gina, I was hoping we were going to play American Idiot, because I heard that song a few days ago somewhere. It might have been on our station.
It still works.
And I was listening to it. I thought, that is a damn good, man, that's a snappy
It
song.
really is.
Oh, man, it's
it
just
could
so
be-
well done. Ugh.
It could be my favorite Green Day song. It could be.
And it's a protest song. And it's a...
He's a Billy Joe Armstrong. You know, they started out these kind of punky, but he's got sensibilities that are
Oh, yeah.
more than punk. You know, and that sort of alienated Green Day to certain aspects of the audience. But he can just write a good, you know, like he could write Broadway musicals. He could.
Well, American Idiot was a Broadway musical.
Well, yeah, I mean, but it was just kind of songs that he had written.
Yeah.
He didn't write them as a Broadway musical. Somebody took them and put them together.
People disappointed that Gina did not point out that the music video for I Think We're Alone Now was shot in the Ogden City
I
Mall.
was there. Ogden Mall.
I was as far away from it as I could get.
It was a big deal for girls of a certain age. That was pivotal to our growing up, was being there for Tiffany.
I was just afraid that they were going to do something to the mall, and maybe and Morrow's Nut House would have to close down because that's the only thing there are 2 things I remember about the Ogden Mall that I enjoyed: Morrow's Nut House, and for some reason, Weinstock's. I liked Weinstock's.
You miss
the department
Weinstock's, huh?
store. Yeah.
I worked at 3 different stores in the Ogden City Mall.
Chess King was not one of them.
No. Although I had friends that worked at Chess King.
How about Taiwan On? Did you work at
No.
Taiwan On?
No. I worked at Samuel's Jewelers.
Samuel's, okay.
I worked at Gledhill's, which was like a craft store.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I don't know why I was going Gledhill's Fine Furnishings in my head.
No, it was a
Okay.
craft store. And
Craft
then I
store.
worked at Hot Feet.
Hot Feet socks.
the shoe store.
Oh, okay.
Now, didn't you? I thought you worked at the. Didn't you work at the Zells?
No, I
In the
worked. Well, Samuel's and Shoeback Jewelers, or it's like the Old Navy and the Banana Republic of jewelry.
They're all Zells.
They're all
I work-
Zells.
They're all-
I worked at the Old Navy version of.
You didn't work at the Quilted Bear. There was a Quilted Bear there for a while.
Nope, but 3 was enough at the Ogden Mall.
Did you ever go to Morrow's Nut House
Sure.
when you worked at
And
the
see,
mall?
when you opened, we had a key to the mall to get in, which you felt very cool.
I have a
with
key
that.
to the mall.
Yeah,
Want to go to
Look
the
at
mall?
this.
felt very cool.
You want to go to the mall after hours? I got a key.
It's midnight. Me in the mall.
And then you'd walk down to Caramel Corn with a K.
Yeah. That's a
And-
Caramel Corn was an Ogden company. You know.
Walk down there, and we had our refillable caramel corn mugs. And you go there before your jewelry store opens.
So you fill
and
them up
go-
with caramel corn, the mugs. You fill them up with caramel corn.
Yeah, you go down there and you get your Diet Coke, and then you
Diet
get your. I like the cinnamon caramel corn. That was my favorite. You get a little caramel corn to snack on while you're working. It was fun working at the mall.
Sure.
Then you go to Chick-fil-A for lunch. It was great.
Oh, I'm getting a phone call from a very young person asking what a mall is. Okay.
What's the mall? Gina had the key.
Had the key to the mall.
You know, it's the Ogden City Mall. So I grew up in Ogden, and Ogden had a thriving downtown at one point with individual stores and nice stores all up and down from like 25th Street down to probably 23rd Street. Really busy all the time when I was a kid. And then it got kind of bad, but still there were good stores there. And they said, well, let's build a mall. And people said, I don't know, if you build a mall, it's going to kill all the businesses in downtown. And I said, no. Well, it'll help see, more people will come and they'll go there. So they built the mall, and it killed all the businesses downtown. No,
But now it's reversed. Now it's gone back the other way because they got rid of the mall. Now it's more little stores are back.
They tore the mall down because, well, at a certain point, the mall itself became a ghost town.
Really?
You'd go in there and you'd go, hey, and you could hear an echo.
Oh, I'm getting a call from a young person wondering what a call is. Okay.
A text. They got a text.
Yeah, I should have said I got a text from a young person. Thank you, texter, for that joke.
That was very funny.
Well, so the president and Melania Trump, first the FLOTUS and the POTUS, or the POTUS and the FLOTUS, they got the COVID. Or do they?
They do.
Probably.
I'm not. Kerry's had his tinfoil hat on all morning, but
I'm
I
not
think
really
they have it.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but
All I can say is, are we believing something coming out of the White House for a change?
Yeah.
That's all.
I think he likes his rallies too much to cancel them for a stunt. I think.
Well, we can get into this in the news. 'cause
Okay.
yeah, we'll talk
We
about it.
we all have a lot of theories, and
All right, well,
Let's
let's
speculate.
Let's officially begin the show in just a second here, and we can take your check-ins at 877-602-9696. If you're old enough, do you have mall memories? What are your mall memories?
What are your mall memories?
Did you go to the Crossroads Mall in downtown Salt Lake and the ZCMI Mall across the street? Those were busy.
University Mall in Provo.
University Mall in Provo. Yeah,
I go to the record bar there once a week.
which is still there, right? I think the University Mall
University
is still
Mall
there.
is still there, yeah.
So 877-602-9696, or maybe you went to the Newgate Mall in Ogden. So 877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We'd love to hear from you. It's how we kind of get the show going for ourselves. So check in.
Yeah, we'll get that going underway. Oh, and I promised the Moon Song since we missed it yesterday, so we'll get to that coming up. Don't let me forget. The Park City Restaurant Association is presenting the 8th annual. Now, I didn't know that. 8th annual Dine About Park City, going until October 18th. You go to parkcityrestaurants.com. Dine About Park City happens once a year, and this year going through the 18th. Locals and visitors invited to enjoy world-class cuisine at an incredible value. It's a great opportunity for you to try that new restaurant that you've been meaning to try. And it may not be a new restaurant. It may just be new to you. You haven't gone to it yet. So it's a 2-week culinary affair featuring savory 2-course lunches and 3-course dinners and more than 30 area dining establishments. You can get $10 to $15 per person for 2-course lunches. That's a deal. $20 to $40 per person for 3-course dinners. You can go and dine in and see the fall colors. They're also doing takeaway.
You should
Also,
check out the lodging, too.
Yes.
There are lodging deals.
They have lodging partners that they are offering some packages for Dine-About guests. So for a list of participating restaurants or lodging options, visit parkcityrestaurants.com.
Ray House.
And now, it's time to play the game that everyone wants to play. It's Beat Gina! Beat Gina brought to you today by Hastur Games. Hastur Games in Midvale has the best selection of board games, Magic, and Dungeons & Dragons. And Hastur also buys used games. Hastur Games on 6831 South State Street, or go to HasturGames.com. And today, one lucky contestant will win a Fat Cats gift card. Yes, but that's not all. Another contestant, no, the same contestant, will win a Radio from Hell tote bag. And now, here's the man who can host a game show with one hand tied behind his back. He's so good, he can host 2 game shows at the same time. Wow. When you look in the dictionary for the words game show host, you will find his picture, and you will swoon. Wow. Here he is, the man, nay, the legend, Kerry Jacksboy Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome, Kerry.
Although I think you're just taking Wikipedia entries about Wink Martindale and using them for me, right?
Oh, no. Wink Martindale doesn't cast a shadow like you do.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
How we pick the contestants, you ask? Well, it's easy. We determine, based on the prize that they're going to give Gina, if she beats them at Scary Movie Trivia. So, line 1, Gina is offering you a Greek gyro meal.
Ooh.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's prepared here or
no, there's no
if it's
specifics.
transported.
Okay.
Doesn't say. Line 2 is offering you Halloween cookies and wine.
Okay.
And line 3 is offering you Lehigh Bakery donuts.
I've never had the Lehigh Bakery donuts.
Oh, they're very good.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Is that what you
Johnny.
want?
Sure.
Going with Lehigh Bakery donuts with Brad. Brad is who you will be playing against today. Brad, are you there? Oh, hang on. Brad, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, good. Thank you, Brad. I was doing some work during the commercial. All right. We toss coin to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails?
Tails.
All right. Coin toss app says tails. That means you go first, Brad.
Are you feeling confident, Brad?
Very confident.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
These trivia questions prepared by Katie, I would think.
No.
No? Okay.
Hawk.
Based on the Scary Movie franchise.
Okay.
Which were the parodies of the Scream movies and a whole bunch of other horror movies, and so it's based on those.
Okay.
So here we go. Brad, your question first. Multiple choice. What is the name of the high school that Cindy goes to in the first Scary Movie? Is it 1, Shadyside High School, 2, Serial K High School, 3, Dead Bodies High, or 4, B.A. Corpse High School?
I think it's A.
Shadyside? Incorrect.
Shadyside.
Gina.
B.A. Corpse.
B.A. Corpse is correct.
It's 1-0 for Gina, and I don't think I'd like to go to that high school. Gina now controls the question as well.
Gina.
Yeah.
What did Cindy type on the computer to summon the police? What was her message to call the police? Was it 1, the killer's in the house, 2, white woman in trouble, 3, can you bring some donuts for I've fallen and I can't get up?
White woman in trouble.
Wow.
That's 2-0 for Gina, a commanding lead. But, Brad, you have a chance to climb back into the game.
Brad?
All right.
What is the book that Cindy is reading? Is it 1, Harry Pothead, 2, Board of the Rings, 3, The Gay Gatsby, or 4, The I'm Really Hungry Games?
The Gay Gatsby.
Incorrect, Gina.
I don't know.
You wanna
A.
A, Harry Pothead?
Yeah. Oh, that was a total guess.
Well, Gina sweeps the game.
Wow.
Brad almost didn't get a chance to say anything. And now you'll be
I guess I gotta
enjoying...
go rewatch those movies.
Yeah.
You'll be enjoying delicious Lehigh Bakery donuts, and poor Brad will go home empty-handed.
People should expect me to do that again. That was a
That may
special-
never happen.
No.
You whipped him like a souffle.
Hang on, Brad. All right.
I'm going. Goodbye.
You're just out of here?
Yes.
You can't leave until I turn the music down.
Oh, you're right. I can't.
It's
I'm
like-
trying to.
It's like a Doctor Strange spell, you know?
I'm trying to, but I can't leave.
Tell me the truth, Gina. You guessed on all of those.
Totally guess.
I knew you didn't see those movies. I just knew it. Okay, Johnny, you're free.
Thank you.
You're released. Because we missed that yesterday.
And you know, you can tell that this is a very brave morning show. Because playing that on the radio, if someone were scanning through the dial and they landed on that and they go, well, I'm not sticking around here.
That must be some kind of kid station.
I ain't listen to this crap. I'm
That
moving
doesn't
on.
make any sense.
All right, let's officially begin the show, and then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. A lot of people are texting and in the chat room talking about their mall memories, about what they did. I forgot the Cottonwood Mall. I almost never went to that one. I didn't like that one. But, yeah, check in with us, 877-602-9696. Gina.
Oh, it's brought to you by the moon.
Oh, okay. Well, the moon is 99.5% of full. It will rise today at, let's see, what time? 8:01. It'll set at 8:01 a.m. Today being the second day of October it is October, isn't it? In the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020. It's Friday, and this is day 186 of our pandemic broadcast.
With no end in sight.
It's National Custodial Worker Day. It's World Farm Animal Day. It's World Smile Day. Yeah. And it's also Name Your Car Day.
Oh,
I've never named my car. I know there are people
Yeah.
that always name their
I've
car.
always named my cars.
Yeah, I don't do that. It's a car.
I had the Bluesmobile. I'm currently driving the Galileo 7.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, it's a car. It's the Toyota. I'm going to go get in the Toyota. That's what I'm going to do.
My sister, when she got her Volvo, So she got in it and she said, this is Rita. I don't know why it's Rita. Her name is Rita. I have a feeling this is Rita.
My talking
car is
car was
Rita.
named Hal
Because it would talk to you.
because it would talk to me.
And it talked nonsense. I rode in that car. That car talked nonsense because it would always say, the door is ajar. And I would say, no, the door is not ajar. It's a door.
But
But then I'd point out to Bill if he just closed the door, it would stop doing that.
The door is ajar.
All right, let's get. Have we started?
Yeah, I think so.
Have you roll called? Did you roll call?
877-602-9696. Oh, I didn't, did I? It is the
No.
Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is producing the show, and Skip and Miriam are helping out as well. And now, your check-ins at 877-602-9696. No, we scared everybody away,
We did.
talking about the mall and Tommy James and the Shondells, and then the Moon song.
But we got a lot of texts about malls. I remember being an extra in Halloween High at the Cottonwood Mall. Also eating at Pretzel Maker when I worked at the mall at Payless Shoe Source. My parents met at Cottonwood Motors. My dad worked at Sun and Sea, and my mom at Kitty Candid's.
Oh, how sweet.
we met at the mall.
Yeah. Crossroads Mall had a good food court and was a very special treat because I grew up in Spanish Fork. Oh,
Yeah,
come on,
it
you
was
had Glades Drive-In down there. Come on.
No, it was a big deal to come to the big city, to Salt Lake, and go to Crossroads Mall.
And it did have a good food court. It was, yeah.
It was. You know, we'd go over there quite a bit when we worked downtown. Mm-hmm. I miss the Tilt at the Gateway Mall. I miss arcades in general, really.
Was that what it was? An arcade?
I went to the Keyhole at Cottonwood Mall. Oh yeah, I got a message from a guy who telling me about he worked. Let's see, worked at Fashion Place and Cottonwood Mall at the Keyholes. Motley Crue T-shirts and pewter Dungeons and Dragons stuff and gag gifts.
Oh,
Last time I was at a mall that I can remember. Well,
I've been to City Creek just barely.
like
I guess that's a
recently
mall.
you have?
Well, not since the pandemic started, no. But I've just barely been there, and I can't. I don't know.
And why does this not surprise me? Tim, the tree guy checking in. I got a lifetime ban from the Crossroads Mall. Not surprise me. Who is it on the phone, Katie? I'm sorry. Milo is on the phone.
Hey, Milo.
Hey guys, how you guys doing today?
We're doing okay. How about you?
Good, just heading to work now, so it's easy day. I drive a dump truck all day, so I just listen to you guys while working. So, but
Thanks for doing it.
I miss the '90s, man. In 2000s, I remember the Gateway Mall when it opened back then. But man, those memories were good. My brother back then had a diamond bike. We were driving around or rolling around the Gateway Mall. Remember the best day that I had at the Gateway Mall was one day when I got my first paycheck at 16. I went to the Gateway Mall, spent it all. I got 2 dolls, 2 stuffed animals out of that little
Claw machine?
big
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, the claw machine, right. Yeah.
Do you guys remember the Tilt arcade game at the Gateway Mall back then?
Oh, yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
All right,
Some good
Milo.
times and game
Th-
stuff. What's up,
Thank
man?
you.
Hey,
Thank you
get
so
to
much,
dumping.
Milo.
Get to dumping.
And cover your load, please. All right, let's go to John. Hi, John.
Hi, John. What's up?
Good morning. Thanks for letting me listen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I grew up in Ogden back in the 90s. We were never allowed to go to the Ogden Mall because my parents were worried that we would either get kidnapped and or the R word.
The R word.
Oh,
Rape?
Yeah.
Yep, that one.
Huh.
Jeez, really?
So
there
they let
were-
us go to the Newgate Mall, but the Ogden Mall was off limits.
No,
That was the bad mall.
there were those rumors. There were those rumors
Yeah.
as the Ogden Mall fell into kind of decline. It was overrun by gangs. There are gangs down there all the time.
I remember hearing
those.
that.
Yeah.
And I never saw them when I went
No.
there.
It
Yeah.
was nonsense.
Don't go in the parking lot. Don't go in the parking complex.
That's right. They'll get you. They'll
That's
get
right.
you.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, well-
Let's go to Maggie. Hi, Maggie.
Well, hello there. Thanks for letting me
Hello.
listen.
Thank you.
So, I call every year. Tomorrow's my birthday, and I called last year, and you guys gave me a tote bag. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'm going to change the subject. I'm not going to talk about models. And I name my cars all the time.
Oh, okay.
Currently, my car is Lucy.
Lucy.
Lucy. Okay.
What kind of
She's a
car is
silver
Lucy?
Subaru.
Okay.
Does it come when you call it? Because what's
It
the
does.
point? It does
Let me
not.
let me follow up that statement, Bill. Do your kids come when you call them? No.
Carrie, I don't call them because I'm afraid they will.
Well, happy
Good
birthday.
point.
Happy
Well,
birthday,
thank
Maggie.
you.
All right, Maggie.
Love
thank
you guys. Bye.
See ya.
All right, traffic, please, Gina.
One thing to tell you about, first off this morning, there's a crash affecting both directions, Redwood Road and I-80 eastbound on-ramp in Salt Lake. Southbound closed, northbound to eastbound is also closed. That's the only thing affecting your commute right now. Maybe you see something affecting people's commute. You can text it to us, 33986.
Shasta here. Good morning from New York. I just stopped into the mall here in Saratoga Springs, New York. It was a ghost town. I think there were 8 to 10 other shoppers there total. I remember going to the Newgate Mall quite often as a kid, and it was usually pretty packed.
Yeah, it was.
Let's see. I was an extra in a remake of Logan's Run that they shot at the Five Points Mall in
What?
Bethel.
How do I not know about this?
I don't remember that.
I would have wanted to be there.
Let's
I
see,
love Logan's
now, was
Run.
it that Logan's Run TV show?
Was it? Because
I
I
don't
don't
know.
remember a remake. That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't
know that
either.
they're working on one right now, and they're trying to figure out a way to, repackage the theme. But
Because it wouldn't have been the original Logan's Run. So
no, the original Logan's Run was shot at a couple of colleges in California. I think.
how do you know that?
I host a podcast called Geek Show.
That is kind of deep dive geek stuff,
Yeah,
isn't it?
that is, yeah.
Now this makes me. I want a Logan's Run framed poster for my house.
You do?
Why is that,
Yeah.
Gina? It was a
Fond memories of
terrible
Logan's
movie.
Run?
I love that movie.
You did?
It was terrible.
Wow. All right, let me look for a Blu-ray copy of it for you.
I love that movie.
Okay. We'll take a break. We will be back with full-strength big boy news and opinioendo with all of the breaking news. Yes, we're going to talk about it coming up. ShamrockPlumbing.net.
I'm going to call them today because I was thinking I usually have them come by about this time of year to clean out my pipes from the house to the street. It's time for that.
You get the roots in them, and they come and cut those out. Shamrock Plumbing, by the way, they have a great department for water heaters and water softeners. Sure, they come emergencies, plumbing emergencies, but if you're in the market for a water softener or a water heater or a purification system, please check with Shamrock Plumbing before you buy one anywhere else. And Shamrock will work on any size system, any size house. They even do big construction projects. Shamrock Plumbing has been around for 30 years here in Utah. So if you have a plumbing emergency, give them a call. It's 801 295-1690. That's 295-1690, or you can go to shamrockplumbing.net.
Mark Rodson featuring Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Owing a considerable amount of money to the James Brown estate and the Rick James estate.
I would say.
I requested that this
But
morning.
I like that.
pretty tasty, I must say.
I'm not a Bruno Mars fan.
I'm going to make you one.
No, I don't think so. I think it's Mark Ronson
No, it's
and
No, I can tell you it's Bruno Mars, and here's why.
why?
Because it rips off a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
not ripped, inspired
And
by.
I'm not saying it in a bad way.
yeah.
I'm
You're right.
It's
probably so it's Bruno Mars sounding as much as he can like somebody else.
Yeah.
But it was enjoyable.
It was. Normally, I don't.
I'm glad that somebody is still making that kind of music.
Exactly.
So that makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean,
Because I do love that kind of music.
Beck had to do it a few years ago.
Yeah.
Which was kind of odd, but so are you okay, Gina?
I got my song request. I'm great. Why?
Oh, okay. Is that I guess that's what it was. usually you have a greeting for me.
I had
or-
my headphones
but
on.
you
I
were-
was uptown funky. I had no time for you.
Gina's got so much funk.
I don't. That's why I have to add it to my life.
I've seen her. I've seen her dance. But she's got the. See, I don't dance. Because
You know better?
Because I know I look silly. I know I look like a white guy. I have to be really, really,
Well,
really drunk.
And you probably haven't even done that in a long time.
Been a really long time.
There are mornings when we're playing a song.
Oh, do I do it and not realize I'm doing it?
And we've been meaning to have an intervention.
Do I sometimes dance and I don't
and
realize I'm dancing?
sometimes you air guitar.
Do I?
Yeah.
And I don't know I'm doing
And
it.
air drum and
That's terrible.
yeah.
The last time I remember dancing, I believe, what was that band that used to play at all like Green Street, and I want to say they were like Solid Groove or Solid Gold or
I don't know.
And they put
The
on
Disco
the wig.
Drippers?
Disco Drippers. There we go. The Disco Drippers. And I remember when at Trolley Square, when Green Street was there, and it was the middle of summer, and they would have cordon off part of the parking lot there, and you could just go out there and dance.
Right.
And I believe the Disco Drippers were there.
Quite possibly.
And I remember dancing there and taking off most of my clothing.
Really?
Yeah.
Ew.
It was. It was.
You were having a good time.
I was indeed having a great time. I was down to a shirt and boxer shorts.
Really?
Yeah. And dancing to the Disco Drippers. And I think our salesman, the guy who later became our salesman, was singing with the Disco Drippers at that time. Scott.
He was with the band at the time.
Scott, what's his name?
Yeah.
Yep. Took off most of my clothing. I was dancing with a.
I don't know how I missed that.
I was dancing. Well, you weren't there. That's how. You weren't invited.
But you'd think that word would have got out. Bill's over there.
No, I was with my actor friends.
Oh,
I do need to be drunk to dance, but I do it more often than that. I was wedding in Idaho was the last time.
Oh, I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
Well,
there's video evidence of this, and it's a bad thing.
Well, let's face it. I have seen people, white people that dance well, but we are not among them. I think no, not among them.
And I think you get a pass at a wedding. I don't think
Do you?
anyone's gonna. Yeah, because
I often make passes at people at weddings.
All right, let's get to it. Full strength, big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by.
Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up with free airflow test for only $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Before we get into FLOTUS and POTUS, did you see, and if you haven't, seek it out.
Okay.
Saturday Night Live has released a clip of Jim Carrey and Maya Rudolph as Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And Jim Carrey looks astonishingly good. as Joe Biden. It's pretty amazing. Now it's a lot of makeup, but then he turns to the camera and he gets the Biden smile.
Yeah, he's got the smile and the glasses.
He gets it just right. He just gets that smile just absolutely perfectly. At first you kind of go, oh, that's Jim Carrey in some makeup. But then he does that smile and you go, oh, okay, I'm with it. I'm buying it. He's very good. So, yeah, the news this morning when we woke up, President Donald Trump revealed early this morning via tweet that he and his wife Melania have tested positive for coronavirus, throwing the nation's leadership into uncertainty, escalating the crisis posed by a pandemic that has already killed more than 207,000 Americans and devastated the economy. Trump, who for months has played down the seriousness of the virus, and hours earlier on Thursday told an audience that, quote, the end of the pandemic is in sight, will quarantine in the White House for an unspecified amount of time, forcing him to withdraw, at least temporarily, from the campaign trail only 32 days before the election on November 3rd. So I don't know. I'm not going to be able to campaign. Maybe we'll have to postpone the election. Maybe that's what we'll have to do. We'll have to postpone it because I can't campaign. And if I can't campaign, it's not fair. Right?
Well, right? This opens up all kinds of things. First of all, be careful what you tweet today. You don't want to get fired.
No.
Why are you saying that?
I'm just saying that it could be used against you if you're incredibly mean or something.
Yeah, don't be. Think twice before you say stuff.
But no, a lot of things. Well, I mean, first of all, it's this White House.
I don't go with you on this. I don't think they're faking that they're positive. I don't see a lot of benefit to pretending they're positive.
I do.
He loves his rallies, and this means he can't do his rallies.
It might mean that we can't do the election.
But there's that. But there's also, look at all the things that we're not going to be talking about today. His taxes. His inability to denounce white supremacy, all the things that are happening today. Look at all the things that we won't be talking about. He's a master at this and has done it many times.
I would hope that he doesn't have it.
I mean,
I would hope that his wife doesn't have it because it's a terrible thing to get the coronavirus.
I mean, I think he does have it. I do, but. This White House is just.
Here's why. He's all the bad things. He's the bad age. He's overweight.
Yeah.
He's
a dead man.
I mean, no. I mean, we don't know.
No,
that.
It's real. I mean, people do recover. It depends on how hard the symptoms hit them. Boris Johnson in Great Britain, he had it really bad. He was hospitalized, and he managed to fight through it.
He's quite a bit younger, though.
Well, not only did he fight through it, but it made him a little bit more popular. It became more patriotic to like Boris because you supported him.
Here's why it's likely that, my conspiratorial mind did go there briefly, but here's why it is very likely that he has it, that the president has coronavirus. Just hours before he announced that he had tested positive for COVID-19, he was mingling with fundraisers at an event held at his New Jersey golf club. He posed for personal photo ops with supporters. The event went ahead. That event went ahead even after the White House had learned that Hope Hicks had tested positive for coronavirus. And he is almost always with her in some form or another.
And she's on Air Force One and Marine One.
So he knew that she had tested positive, but he still went ahead with these fundraisers rather than saying, well, maybe we better cancel a few things here. We better just sit back. I'll get a test. Let's see. He didn't do that because of his ego and his need to be right about everything. And,
you know who else? Kayleigh McEnany was with Hope Hicks.
The press secretary.
And she had and she knew yesterday when she had her press conference that Hope Hicks had tested positive, and she held that press conference
without
anyway,
a mask,
and didn't say anything.
Trump was last seen on public Thursday afternoon when he headed home to the White House after the fundraising trip to the Trump National Golf Club in Bedminster. Ahead of that event, attendees were promised a photo opportunity with the president, and Trump was due to meet with the winner of a raffle organized to raise funds for his campaign. It appears that despite Hicks' tests, that event went ahead as planned. This is a major, the fact that the commander-in-chief has contracted COVID-19, SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19, no matter where you stand on the political spectrum, this is a bad thing for our country.
Yeah.
Whether you like Trump or don't like Trump, especially in terms of the potential national security implications. One that's largely unheard of. While presidents have been incapacitated in the past, this highly infectious disease means that incapacitation is further complicated by isolation, right? Mm-hmm. And the possibility that the same deadly virus spreads throughout the highest rungs of power in this country.
Because they don't wear masks. They're together all the time.
This is uncharted territory. America's increasingly belligerent adversaries could decide to act, taking advantage of weaknesses in the U.S., in military, foreign policy decisions, making this could be bad. This could be very bad for us in terms of national security. Another story that came out yesterday that probably Donald Trump wishes had not come out, and now we're being sort of distracted from, his former national security advisor, H.R. McMaster, said yesterday that President Trump is, quote, aiding and abetting Russian President Vladimir Putin's efforts to sow doubt about the American electoral system. The stern warning from McMaster, who Trump handpicked to lead the White House National Security Council in 2017, came in an interview on MSNBC after he was asked whether he agreed that the president posed the greatest threat to U.S. election integrity. Quote, I agree that he is aiding and abetting Putin's efforts by not being direct about this, right? By not just calling out Putin for what he is doing, McMaster said. You know, Putin gets away with it. I mean, literally gets away with murder or attempted murder because people don't call him out on it.
Yep.
And so they are able to continue with this kind of fire hose of falsehood to sow these conspiracy theories, and we just become our own worst enemies in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
COVID-19 cases. So we have to watch this. I mean, watch this carefully. Watch carefully what happens in Washington. Watch. Now, the vice president and his wife, Mother Pence, took a COVID test today, and they said we've both tested negative. So he's ready to step in.
Well, that would be handy. He could pardon Trump. He could.
So now there's the conspiracy theory going forward again. Isn't it?
Yeah. I hate that my brain goes there, but we as a nation are in an abusive relationship, so my brain goes there.
Mm-hmm.
COVID-19 cases here in Utah once again have risen above 1,000 as of yesterday. The Utah Department of Health announced 1,008 new cases, bringing the total number in the state to 74,050. Thursday's mark is the first time new COVID-19 cases have hit over 1,000 since September 27th. However, the state's current rolling 7-day average for positive tests dropped to 987. No new deaths reported yesterday. Utah's death toll remains at 459, and I don't see a hospitalization in this particular story, but I think it stayed about the same.
I listened to the press conference that the governor gave yesterday.
So he was defending himself against the audit?
He had a doctor on from Utah Valley Hospital.
Oh, I have that.
Do we have the audio of it? Because he was almost in tears.
I didn't hear the audio. I just saw the story, but there's a picture of him standing at the podium, and he looks like he's crying. The Utah County doctor fought back tears yesterday as he pleaded with his neighbors in Utah County to be less dismissive of the coronavirus while cases continue to increase rapidly in the country. I wish you could see what it's like to have somebody who's got COVID and is not sure that they're going to survive, said Dr. Clark Bishop. They're in the ICU all alone, writing goodbye notes to their children, he said. He's in Utah County. He works in Utah County, the worst coronavirus hotspot in the state. He sees this all the time. He sees it every day. It's tearing him apart. And he's talking to you people in Utah County. Are you going to just dismiss that? Listen to him and enter to win prizes. That's what I say.
God.
And
I could get a T-shirt, and we have a sad doctor.
on another topic, this is odd and weird. Brigham Young University announced yesterday that they're forming the BYU Security Department, which will operate separately and alongside the Brigham Young University Police Department.
Secret police.
Yep.
BYU secret police.
Well, it's not much of a secret now because they announced it. But
it's secret
but-
in that they don't have to talk to the regular police about what they're doing.
Here's what happened. So BYU has been getting into some trouble with their police force because the police force is saying, well, we don't have to release records of what we do. And finally, the state legislature passed I think it was a law that said, no, you do. Like public universities and that have police departments, just because you're private, your policing agency is authorized law enforcement by the state of Utah. So you have to release those records to the public. Oh, God. We don't want people to see what we've been doing. So there's still investigations going on about that. And so BYU said, here's what we'll do. We'll keep the police force there, but we'll have this security group.
Why any parent would send their kids to BYU after this comes out? Mm-hmm. I'm not joking. You should want a police force that has some oversight and has some open records and has some direction.
They're supposed to not be able to make arrests. They're not, and then they say, and so we're not going to have them report stuff. These records, whatever they do will remain private. One thing, they are going to carry guns.
No, this is the tattletale police. This is
it's more than that.
My roommate's doing this, and I saw that, and you need to investigate this, and then they'll kick people out of school, and
it's kind of more than that, though, because what it is, it's a lie. It's an attempt by Brigham Young University to get around the laws that the legislature, the rules that the legislature set down. Your police force has to report what they do. And so they're going to try to get around that by saying, well, this is just a security force. If anybody believes that.
But what's going to happen? What they've gotten in trouble for is women who have been sexually harassed and report it, and then the BYU police force investigates it and lets the guy off the hook because they're a friend or a football player or whatever.
Well, it makes
and
the school
they don't
look bad.
pursue it.
Mm-hmm.
And then that girl's like, great, why did I say anything? This is why women don't report. It's serious. And if it all goes into this secret, people
they'll say,
get away with stuff.
There'll be a sexual assault, and the woman on campus will call the BYU police, and they'll say, oh, this is a matter for our security people. They're the ones who are supposed to handle this. We'll send them over.
And nothing will happen.
And then that can all that can all
or
say,
they'll throw
stay
her out of
secret.
school because it's your fault for letting him into your apartment. You're not supposed to do that.
If the legislature lets this get by, there's something wrong there.
Absolutely. It's wrong on most sides.
Yeah.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, Real Salt Lake is 4-4-6 with 18 points and 8th in the Western Conference, just 6 points behind the conference leaders Seattle and Portland, and 3 points out of third place. They will be home facing LAFC on Sunday at Rio Tinto Stadium. Kickoff is at 7:30, and you can get tickets, although they are very limited because they're spacing people out. You can go to rsl.com/tickets or 844-REALTIX. Utah Royals FC played to a 2-2 draw against the Reign last Saturday at Rio Tinto Stadium. They will face the Portland Thorns on Saturday at Rio Tinto again. It's a nationally televised match on CBS Sports Network. That kick is scheduled for 8 p.m., and you can get tickets to that one as well. And the Monarchs are down to their final week of action. They kick off,
Probably a good thing.
Yeah, they're not having their season finale scheduled for 8 p.m. on Sunday. So there's your sports. Weather, we've got those 5 to 7 days of sunny and 80 happening, overnight lows in the low 50s, and that will just continue as far as the eye can see, which means till Tuesday. That's as far as I can see it there.
Okay.
Traffic, let's see what we have there. We'll refresh this quickly, give you the most up-to-date information I can. Crash both directions, Redwood Road, I-80 eastbound on-ramp in Salt Lake. The southbound is closed, northbound to eastbound closed. That's estimated cleanup about 7:30 this morning. And if you see something, you can text us, 33986.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry I ended this break sooner than I should have. I looked at the clock wrong.
Oh.
We have a couple of minutes here.
I got it. I had a little story here. Let me see. Let me find that. A little lighter story. Should we go lighter?
Sure.
German police say that urban climber Alain Robert, known as the Spider-Man of France, is facing a criminal investigation and a fine after scaling one of Frankfurt's tallest buildings on Thursday. Robert, known as the French Spider-Man for his daring stunts, clambered to the top of rail company Deutsche Bahn's 545-foot-high office building in Germany's financial capital. He was untethered, wearing a silver suit and cowboy boots. So he doesn't
sound
really
like Spider-Man?
He doesn't look like, well, he's a French Spider-Man. So,
How do you climb in cowboy boots? I have questions.
Interesting, huh? Frankfurt police spokesman Thomas Hollerbach told the AP that Mr. Robert is in triple trouble after the unauthorized climb. Deutsche Bahn has filed a criminal complaint against Robert for trespassing. The second, he may be required to pay the cost of the police operation to rescue, or rather to secure the building during the climb. And finally, a drone that his team used to film the climb didn't have required authorization. So he's in triple trouble. There's probably some video of it, Gina, if you want to look for it and see.
Okay.
I haven't had the chance to do it, but to see how he was managing to climb in cowboy boots. Oh, there's a picture. Yeah, I don't know how he's doing that. He is wearing cowboy boots.
Cowboy boots are slippery.
And the French Spider-Man for real is l'étonnant Spider-Man.
Okay.
That's
All
the
right,
amazing. They did a French Spider-Man in the comic. Yeah. There's a Spider-Man in every country, apparently, at one time.
Yeah.
All right, 6:55. All right, we'll take a break. We will be back with our mental health check on the way. Best question of the week. We probably need those, don't we, Katie? Mm-hmm. So send those to radiofromhell@x96.com. Whatever question you may have for us,
Yeah.
we'll answer them.
If you got questions, I guarantee you we have answers.
Mm-hmm. And at 8 o'clock, my favorite feature, Have Another Drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy. And it is wine.
It is wine.
It is wine that we are talking about. It is French
French
wine.
wine. French wine. Yes.
Étonnant wine.
Oh,
Coming up. Stand by for that. We'll get to that. Okay, let me see. We got to talk about, Gina, Mountain Alarm, Fire, and Security.
Oh, I love these guys. A local family-owned and operated company since 1952. We had a little security incident at my house, and my husband and I talked and said, it's probably time we up our security system. And so we called Mountain Alarm. One of the reasons we called them was he's been using them for his business for years and had great things to say about them there. And Mountain Alarm, it protects what matters most, whether I'm at home or out doing stuff. Say I'm out and I have a Shamrock Plumbing coming over to do plumbing and I can't be there to open the door. There's an app where I can unlock the door and let them in, a camera where I can watch them come in. It's just great. The app does everything. You can close your garage doors. Have you ever been in bed and gone, did I close the garage door? I can't. I don't want to walk down there and see. Just reach over and look at your phone. It'll say right on there. And right now, if you mention X96, you'll get $100 off any new or upgraded security system. Call 801-395-8700 or go to mountainalarm.com today.
Well, Punk, let's get to the movie review, shall we?
There we go.
That's why nothing to spend in the summer in and out of health facilities like 18 Fingers of Death.
Tell us who stars in this opus.
Well, this is the only movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Yeah.
It stars James Liu.
Oh, so this is a sequel then?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's Buford, the down-and-out action hero.
James Liu, okay.
Okay.
And we got Maurice Patton.
Yeah.
He's Ronald Mack, the college student and wannabe director.
Okay.
Lisa Arturo.
Nope.
She's Sushi Q, the Honorable Fortune Cookie CEO.
Okay.
Pat Morita.
Oh, well, there's a name I recognize. Arnold from Happy Days.
So I know this movie's at least a year old, right?
Exactly. Well, I noticed he's got lots of others that are in post-production.
Oh, God. All right.
He's the humble restaurateur. We got Lorenzo Lamas.
Lorenzo
Lamas. Yeah.
He's a Antonio Bandana, the singing martial artist.
Okay.
Oh.
Robin Shue.
This sounds like just a great movie.
Oh, yeah.
He's Jackie Chong.
Yeah.
And we got Charlie George Brown as Chuck Snorris.
Chuck Snorris. Okay.
Oh, God.
And Kurt Graves as Steven Seafood.
Okay. Tell us the plot of 18 Fingers of Death.
Well, as far as I can tell, this guy starred in 803 of the finest action movies ever filmed, but he's come up with a script for what could be his breakout role. But when the producers back out and pull his funding, he's forced to pull out the "will work for Kung Fu for money" sign and sell his Kung Fu movie memorabilia in order to get enough money to make a movie in 1 week for the Sundance Film Festival.
God.
And they managed to get like about 90 minutes out of this?
Yep.
Jeez.
A full 90 minutes.
All right, have you got a scene from 18 Fingers of Death?
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little Pat Morita.
Okay.
Oh, good. Pat Morita.
So here we go.
Oh, Mr. Lee, listen, I've always been wanting to know, do you have Chinese Jews? Chinese Jews? Oh, very sorry, today is no Chinese Jew. We only have the apple Jews and the orange Jews.
Oh, man.
Jeez.
This is worse than I even dreamed.
Yep. What are you giving this movie, Punk?
I'm actually giving it 3.5 Prozac.
What? It's the pills talking, Punk.
It's the prednisone. I think it's the prednisone. For
Cool.
digging up guano,
Mm-hmm.
lining up to fight. You can only fight the good guy one at a time.
That's
you
right.
have to circle him.
Yeah.
Feathered hair, the drunken bastard, Bong Fu the series, a wicker basket beaten, bow tie in the kitchen, cowboy Fu, a fallen in love montage, an attack midget, and yes, learning to speak out of sync.
Learning to speak out of sync. All right, and what junk food are you going to have while you watch this movie?
I think you need to gather a few Lynn Wilson's meat and cheese burritos with extra cheese and onions. You can mix in the Durkin's French fried onions as you need. A nice meatball hero, some Rainbow Twizzlers, a bunch of Starburst, Reese's Pieces, a bag of Honorable Fortune cookies, and, yes, a nice cold canister of Lost Energy drink.
All right, Punk.
Wow, sounds lovely, doesn't
For
it?
those of you that are lost.
All right.
18 Fingers of Death.
The movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
right. It is 7:04 right now. And we do have boners round one coming up. Also, your big boy news and opinionuendo.
And best question of the week.
Yes, we need your best questions. Email them to radiofromhell@x96.com, and we'll get to them. All right, it's time for our mental health check.
Well, I want to know about mindfulness. We have Kristen Hodgson on usually, but Kristen is dealing with some other things, and so filling in is Braxton Dutson. That's how you say your name, right, Braxton?
Yeah, it is.
I've got a picture of Braxton right here. I'm looking at you.
What's he look like?
Well, he's a smiling, healthy, mentally healthy-looking licensed clinical social worker. Very, very nice picture, Braxton.
Thank you so much.
Now, Braxton is an adjunct professor at Utah Valley University. Am I right?
University of Utah.
University of Utah College of Social Work, and also hosts a podcast called Birds and Bees. I bet you talk about the sex, don't you?
Oh yeah, that's what we do, helping parents with that.
But you sent some talking points and email to us, and I am curious about this. We hear mindfulness all the time.
Yeah.
Practice mindfulness. What is mindfulness? What is that, Braxton?
So mindfulness often gets confused with the meditation. We use let's do mindfulness. And I don't have time to sit and go, mindfulness, I like to think of in a little bit of difference between meditation, which seems to be more of a timeout for individuals. Taking 5 minutes and clearing your mind is a lot of what people will say, but mindfulness is more of a time in. So what is it you're doing right now? Really getting to feel and understand and experience what you're doing at any given moment.
How can that help us well, first of all, maybe you can tell us some tips on how to do that, and then how would that help us in these stressful times, particularly of this pandemic?
Totally. So for listeners that are driving right now, or maybe you're in your office, or maybe you're at home at your computer, because a lot of us are.
Yeah.
Just taking a second just to recognize what you're doing right now. So, for instance, if you're driving in your car right now listening to the show, I want you to take a second to really feel the steering wheel. See if you can listen to the road noise, and feel the air of the vents coming out of the car vents. What cars do you notice around you? We're taking in these 5 senses that we experience and really experience them. Notice your breathing. Take a deep breath. When you're noticing what you're doing, so typically what you will experience, I like driving, for instance, because a lot of us have gotten in the car, driven somewhere, and been like, wow, I don't really remember driving to where I'm at.
Yeah, that does happen.
Oh, yeah, all the time. And it's like our brain it goes into an autopilot, and then it'll start to go off and worry about something else or try and solve a problem that you can't really solve while you're in the car.
Mm-hmm.
So being able to gently bring your mind back and go, all right, well, we're driving. This is what we're doing right now. We can't solve the argument we just had with our partner. We can't solve how much we don't like our boss in this moment. We're bringing it back into, or even in the pandemic sense of things, we can't solve the pandemic, and maybe we're really worried about the situation, but all we can do at this point in time is drive. And this allows for us to be able to access the more logical side of our brain and not react reactively to it.
Well, first of all, I can guarantee you that it doesn't matter what given moment it is. I'll always hate my boss. But
that's not true.
No, Gina, I you're right. Probably people don't recognize when I'm making a joke.
I'm trying to help you out, Bill. Let me help you out.
Don't do it. Just don't do it.
Now, I'm being mindful of how you're acting right now. I am listening, and I am seeing.
So I have 2 questions about that, though, Braxton. First of all, how does that help us come to terms with the pandemic? Because that's the big thing that's on everybody's mind. And second of all, what if you start, okay, I'm going to just sit here and experience my senses and think about where I am in this moment, and the stimulus that I receive from that is negative. I think, oh yeah, and my foot hurts, and and my eyes are watering, and I've got a headache, and can't that happen as well?
Absolutely. So recognizing, for the first one that you're talking about with the pandemic, none of us, I mean, we have people around the clock trying to solve this pandemic problem, right? Trying to get a vaccine, trying to figure out masks and if you should or shouldn't. There's so many places that you can go with it, and it can get really, really frustrating. It is really frustrating. So what this does is, instead of us losing ourselves, it becomes a brain thing, that we have our more primitive brain that gets online, and it starts going into the fight, flight, and freeze. So then we get angry, our body gets tight, we start to, our breathing will shallow, because we're getting ready to either run away from something, run away from the pandemic, try and fight the pandemic, freeze because we don't know what to do. And what this does, being able to recognize, oh, my breathing is really shallow, I can take a deep breath, or this is what I'm doing right now, I can't solve the pandemic problem. What that does is it allows for that fight, flight, and freeze part of the brain to access the more logical prefrontal cortex, to allow you to know the next steps. Okay, I don't like wearing a mask, but I'm going to do this and this and this to protect me and my family. Or I am going to follow these rules, or I'm not. You get to be able to access what's most important to you, so that you can make logical decisions about protecting yourself, or saying, what am I going to do in the next little bit? So it allows for you to actually logically go through it, because that fight, flight, and freeze isn't logical. It's protective.
That makes sense. But what about if you you put yourself in the moment, the second part of my question, and the stimulus you receive is negative?
So, yeah, like going back to your thing, wow, my foot hurts, my head hurts. Then what are our next actions that we can take? Do we want to do anything about that? If you're like, well, I've got chronic pain in my foot, and that really sucks, and I can feel that pain, and I don't particularly want to feel that pain, do we take is there some medication? Is there something that maybe doctors have told you to do to help do that, like doing stretches? If you've got a headache, do you go take some ibuprofen? Maybe if you got the headache and all of a sudden you're really angry at your boss, and you're like, oh, I'm not super angry at my boss, I just have a really bad headache right now.
I'm always angry at my boss, Braxton. I'm always angry at my boss.
You're not angry at
Gina's
your boss.
helping you.
Help me out, Gina. Throw me out.
Take an ibuprofen, Bill. You're not angry at your boss.
Braxton, we gotta go. Braxton Dutson, if people want to find out more about this, do you have a suggestion where they should go?
Yeah, if you go to the Healing Group, you can always send me an email, braxton@thehealinggroup.com. You can also, there's so many resources, just Googling mindfulness practices, and they'll give you walkthrough stuff. And you can also find them on meditation apps to help with the mindfulness walkthrough.
All right. Thanks a lot. Nice to meet you, Braxton.
Nice to meet you, too. Look forward to seeing you.
Bye-bye.
Talk to you again. All right, thank you. Traffic, Gina, please.
I'm mindful of the traffic. I've been paying attention to it, and it seems to be going very well. Are you out there driving, like Braxton suggested? Looking at the cars next to you. What are they doing? Are they being good? Are they obeying laws? Are there things in the road? Be mindful of that and text it to us, 33986.
Boner's round one coming up here. The candidates you will be considering. Boner candidate number 1. That's it. We're suing Biden. Boner candidate number 2 must have been a really nice hat. And boner candidate number 3, I am working my ass off on Christmas stuff and nobody effing cares.
Christmas. It's Christmas.
Christmas stuff.
All right, so we got round one of your boners coming up. Stand by for that. It's Big Boy News, Opinioendo. Stand by. Best question coming up. We'll still take your questions. Radio from Hell at x96.com. Let's see. Oh, we need to talk to you from the state of Utah wants to remind you about voting.
Yeah, let me pull that up here. The voters, go to
vote.utah.gov.
Vote.utah. Yeah, vote.utah.gov.
Yeah.
If you go there, you will find everything you need to know about who's running. There's all that stuff there as well. You'll find out about if you're registered. Are you? I hope you are. If you're not, you should. You'll find out where to vote in person if you don't want to use a mail ballot. I might vote in person this year. I haven't done it in a long time. I'm just kind of curious.
Just for fun?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious
It's
about doing it.
perfectly safe to vote by mail, though, Bill. Utah is
Sure.
actually one of the states that's been doing it for a long time and doing it successfully and safely.
Yeah. So check to make sure you're registered. Vote.utah.gov, and then if you're on that website, you can also track your ballot, which is really cool. Vote.utah.gov.
I made a big mistake. Well, I didn't. It had to be done at some point. I haven't gotten on the scale, weighed myself, that is, since. So I had some back surgery to relieve some pressure on, excuse me, on the nerves in my back, and that has made it difficult for me to. Well, it's made it impossible for me to do any exercise. And I exercise a lot, usually.
Uh-huh.
And then I went on vacation.
Well, sure.
And
You
you
don't
always
ever weigh yourself after vacation.
and you always went on and you always put on a little weight on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
So a lack of exercise for a month and then going on vacation for however many days to Hawaii, which involved a lot of
Pineapple? Drinking.
a lot of
Empty calories.
empty calories. Thank you. That would you please? Damn it, Gina! Could you start with the euphemisms? Would you not zero right in on the problem? Start with the euphemisms. I mean, I say, oh, is Aunt Flo here? You know, I don't say what, John the Rag, you having a period?
Trying to be funny.
Start with the euphemisms, please.
Before the reality?
Yeah, don't let the reality just don't smack me in the face with it, please. So 10 pounds since the last time I weighed myself.
So in a month you've gained 10.
I think I'd have to look and see when that surgery
You
was.
don't look like you've gained 10 pounds.
Oh, I sure feel like it. And I don't. Really? No?
You look fine.
Nah. You always say that though. Because I don't know, why does she always say that? Because I don't think it's true.
I'm sorry. I was chasing down things that we have to
I'm sorry.
take care of here. I'm, trying to fix the show. That's all.
She always says, you look fine. I think it's you say that either because you don't really look at me or at people. Because I look at you, and I wouldn't say that about you.
I didn't ask your opinion on how I look
I
or how
didn't-
much weight I gained on my vacation.
I didn't ask yours either. You just offered it. I didn't ask your opinion.
Okay, I won't say you look fine. I start out saying something nice when I get in trouble for that.
I don't think I look. I think you can tell I've put on 10 pounds. Can't you, Carrie?
Gina, watch and learn. Really?
Can you tell that I put on 10 pounds?
You hide it well.
But you can tell, can't you?
No.
You can't?
No. I also don't look at you very closely.
I believe that.
It's true. I don't look at anybody very closely.
I know. I look
keep
at,
my head down. I do my job. I get out.
I look at people too closely.
Yeah, would you quit looking at me so closely?
I'm sorry. How's your eye?
It's better.
Is it really?
It doesn't-
That's what you said. That's what you said when it wasn't.
But now it's just crusty, not puffy.
What did your husband
Now
say
I'm
now
just-
that he's seen you? Did he, when he got home and looked at it, did he go, my God, why didn't you go to the doctor?
No, he's still saying it's fine, so it's fine. It's scabby.
I think that if you had FaceTimed him,
Yeah.
he would have looked at it and went, "Oh God,
Yeah.
Boots,
No,
get
he
in
was,
there."
He was with me all weekend, and it was fine.
But so again, he doesn't look at you very closely. He just keeps his head down and does his job when he's with you.
Which I'm
you know-
glad that he doesn't notice I've gained weight.
No,
so
he just
that's-
keeps his head down and does his job.
right, 7:19 right now. As we are broadcasting live from our homes and will be for the foreseeable future, you can see us at x96.com/live if you'd like to watch us in our homes. And Katie's there in the studio in Salt Lake, putting it all together and making it go.
Watch out for that spider, Katie.
Right behind you. X96.com/live is where you go see that. Okay, let's get to round one of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? See if it wins here. It's not boner of the day yet. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. We get another winner there. We take both of these winners and we put them against each other. You'll decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. And then after that, your vote is taken away from you and thrown in a river.
Why do we throw it in a river?
Because Dave the Flower Guy is going to decide.
Oh.
By
Why
his,
a river?
his electoral college, Dave the Flower Guy will decide who boner of the week is. All right. So let's get the champion for round 1. Here we go. 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Receive is an open-ended word. There's no date associated with receiving. That could be a year from now, maybe.
Our offices are closed until further notice, and so you can't come pick them up. And, well, I've offered suggestions on how to do this, but okay, not my department.
So really what you're winning is your name added to a long list of people that have won Radio from Hell Boner t-shirts that Katie is showing you right now at x96.com/live.
Well, that's the prize. You're on a list.
Yeah, you get to be on a list.
Here's boner candidate number 1. That's it. We're suing Biden. Lynn Wood, an attorney for Kyle Rittenhouse. Remember him? Kyle Rittenhouse, guy in Kenosha, Wisconsin, 17-year-old kid. 17-year alleged murderer, Gina. 17-year-old kid, got his gun. He kills 2 people, allegedly kills 2 people in Kenosha, wounds another. That guy.
Mom, come pick me up, but I'm done. Here.
Attorney for Kyle Rittenhouse says he is going to sue Joe Biden and the Biden and Kamala Harris campaigns for libel. He tweeted this. It was posted following a video tweeted by Biden showing a montage of white pride groups and Trump's refusal to condemn them on the debate stage on Tuesday.
Okay.
In the video, there is a photo of Rittenhouse, who was armed with a Smith & Wesson AR-15 style weapon. Quote, on behalf of Kyle Rittenhouse, I will sue Joe Biden and the Harris campaign for libel, Wood tweeted. The attorney says that he now he took that down. He took the tweet down, but he said my client has not been has not been convicted of anything, and for Biden to do that, it's going to prejudice the case, and so I'm going to sue. I am a nonpartisan trial lawyer who aggressively pursues truth to achieve justice, he wrote. And then he tweeted. So he's nonpartisan, and he wants justice. And then he as part of that tweet, he wrote, "Put in your hearing aid, Joe. You will hear footsteps."
Jeez.
Nonpartisan.
Classic. And that's threatening as well.
Yeah.
You will hear footsteps. Boner candidate number 1. That's it. We're suing Biden. There's boner candidate number 2. Well, I don't know. Must have been a really nice hat. Shia LaBeouf has been charged with 2 misdemeanors stemming from an altercation he had. He got into a fight that turned physical, and it resulted in him stealing a man's hat. The L.A. attorney charged LaBeouf with petty theft and battery after police investigated and determined he was the aggressor in the altercation. A rep for Mr. LaBeouf and the L.A. County Attorney did not immediately return a request for comment. The Star has said he hasn't been in any legal problems for a while, not since 2017 when he was arrested for disorderly conduct, public intoxication, and obstruction of justice. But now He's gotten into trouble again, fighting with a man and stealing the man's hat. It must have been a really nice hat. If he wanted it
My
that
guess
badly.
is it was a fight, and he grabbed his hat in the fight. I don't think he was actually stealing the guy's hat.
Huh.
Well, I don't
How
know.
could you ever draw that conclusion, Gina?
I just
Shia is troubled.
think you might be stealing
You
it.
have insights that amaze me sometimes. That's really an astonishing conclusion that you've reached
just
there, I
don't
think. Anyway, that's boner candidate number 2, Shia LaBeouf getting into a fight and stealing somebody's hat.
All right.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, I am working my ass off on this Christmas stuff.
All right.
Do we
Try
have
to
the,
find-
the audio of that?
I'm looking for some bleeped audio.
Ah.
The first lady's a bit of a foul mouth. Be best. All right, let's get to we'll get to candidate number 3 for round 1 right after this big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by.
Discover the ties between Halloween and the natural world at Red Butte Gardens Botanical Celebration this October with free daytime admission funded in part by the Utah Legislature through the Division of Arts and Museums. Pre-register at redbuttegarden.org.
Thank you.
Gina, I know that you always have questions.
I do.
Yeah, because you really, your inquiring mind knows no bounds.
Yep.
It wants to, and it's like a steel trap, too.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you this little bit of information, and you won't need to know anything else.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Universal Pictures has enlisted the help of Idris Elba to tame a wild beast. He will star in a thriller that pits him, Idris Elba, playing a character who is fighting hungry lions.
Wow. Like a gladiator? Like a... I can't...
Stop.
But I have questions.
You
Is
don't
his shirt
stop.
on?
Stop.
Does he have a shirt on?
Stop.
Does he
You're
get to have his
ruining
English
it.
accent, or
You
does
are-
he have to...
You are
What?
ruining this. You don't need these questions.
Yes, I do.
Idris Elba fighting a hungry lion. What the hell else do you need?
I mean, it could be on just in a white room. It doesn't. The background doesn't matter, and whether he's wearing a shirt or not. Oh, he'll be shirtless eventually.
By the time it's over, yeah.
Because that lion will get his shirt and rip it right off.
I'm just telling you, you don't need to.
You're right. I'm there no matter what.
The
I can't
surroundings don't matter.
I can't believe you started. You ruined it. You should have been mindful. And
I should have. Just taken it in. Enjoyed all of my senses.
Stop and think about Idris Elba. Now think about Idris Elba facing
Driving a
off
car
against
shirtless.
a lion, and the lion is not moving, and Idris is not moving, and they're looking at each other. And you can see the nostrils flare on the lion. And then the lion huffs and leaps, and Idris punches the lion.
See, Carrie's there.
See? I'm there.
He's in it.
Yep. See, he's mindful. Listen, the United States seems to be either largely unable or unwilling to control the spread of the coronavirus. Nationwide, the U.S. has averaged roughly 43,000 cases per day during this past week. That's essentially unchanged from the week before. The number of new daily infections rose in 25 states, spanning every region of the country. New Mexico, our Four Corners neighbor, recorded the biggest spike at over 50%. That broad nationwide increase was offset by continued progress in pockets of the southern U.S. Only 8 states saw their new infection rates decline over the week, but that group includes the populous states of Arizona, Florida, Texas, and Virginia. Testing was up about 9% over that same period. The U.S. is now conducting just under, a bit under 1 million tests per day, 935,000. So you've heard, and we talked about it last hour, we'll talk about it again here. It's been announced that President Trump and his wife Melania have apparently contracted coronavirus.
This just came in that Barron Trump has tested negative, but Rona McDaniel, she's the RNC head, she has tested positive.
She
so
has.
We're going to see more of this throughout the day, I bet, because there's been a bunch of Trump inner circle people, and they don't ever wear masks.
Pence and Mother have been cleared.
Yeah, they don't have it. Vice President Pence, speaking from the White House, said that he and his wife have tested negative for COVID. Under Section 3, by the way, of the U.S. Constitution's 25th Amendment, adopted in 1967 following the 1963 assassination of John Kennedy, Trump could declare in writing, I am not able to continue my duties as president, and he could hand it over to Pence. And he could do it temporarily or permanently. Pence would become acting president, although Trump would remain in office. The president would regain his powers by declaring in writing again, this is how it has to work, that he is ready to discharge his duties. Trump joins the club, of world leaders there. Many other world leaders now have tested positive for coronavirus. Boris Johnson in Great Britain. Bolsonaro caught it in Brazil. Alexander Lukashenko, the president of Belarus, the beleaguered president of Belarus. Apparently, Justin Trudeau's wife, Sophie, has contracted COVID. Prince Charles had it. Prince Albert of Monaco. Many other world leaders have. I think Netanyahu went through a bout of coronavirus as well in Israel. So let's move on to. It's useless to speculate what will happen.
Well, what we know will happen is they're quarantined at the White House for at least 10 days. That means no rallies, no. Now, I did see something on Twitter a minute ago that said President Trump wants to do a press conference of some kind, or at least a video of him from the White House today talking to the American people about it.
Just a few hours before he made this announcement that he had contracted COVID, he was mingling with fundraisers at an event held at his New Jersey golf club. He posed for personal photo ops with supporters. The event went ahead, even though the White House had learned that one of the president's closest aides, Hope Hicks, had tested positive for COVID a few hours before. Trump was seen in public Thursday afternoon. People said he was lethargic at the event, seemed kind of out of it, and people were wondering what was up with him because he was not his usual self. Well, so now we know. And there's another thing that would probably indicate that. Yeah. Yes, Gina?
You bubbled for a minute there.
Oh, okay.
I was worried we were going to lose you. That's all.
Senator Mike Lee has warned if the Democrats win this election, there's going to be some big changes.
Yes,
Yay.
there will.
Warned or promised?
They will violate the rules of the Senate to get rid of the longstanding rule in order to get to a final vote about anything.
I don't think that'll happen.
What does he say? Mike
If
Lee
anybody
warned that
follows the rules, it's Democrats.
He warned that if Democrats win the election and take control of the White House and the Senate, they will change quickly. They will vote to quickly change the power structure to put Republicans at a disadvantage.
Yes.
They will violate the rules of the Senate to get rid of the long-standing rule. In order to get to a final vote, you've got to have 60 votes.
No, they'll follow the rules to make it that way.
They'll take it down to a simple majority, said Lee during an appearance on Fox and Friends.
Which can be done legally.
Yeah. Currently, 60 votes are needed in the Senate to end debate on most legislation, but only a simple majority is needed for nominations. Lee also told host Brian Kilmeade on Fox that he's fearful other changes are on the horizon. They'll add at least a couple of states, the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico.
Well, because
what
those
else would there be?
Now,
those people need representation.
Well, but the Republicans don't want that because those both the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico are largely Democrat-leaning.
So the Republicans don't want those people to have proper representation.
Right.
Taxation without representation.
Exactly.
Okay, just checking.
I'm curious when he says at least 2. Other than those, what else would it be?
Well,
Where
they'll
else?
add at least a couple of
come up with
states.
something.
Might be more. They'll figure out a way to add more. You watch.
They'll make Wakanda a state. You watch.
Yeah.
Okay.
So so Mike Lee, he's warned you. He's warned you. Is that it? Let's see. One more?
That's a good place. Good place to stop. Oh, Guam is apparently also up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and maybe American Samoa. How about
Could be.
American Samoa?
Okay, sure.
Would that be a possibility?
Taxation without representation. The GOP is for that. I'm just getting Mike Lee clear there. Thank you.
Okay.
Weather, traffic.
Well, we're in that period of time I told you about, which is pretty much unchanged. Highs in the low 80s and lows in the low 50s. It's actually quite nice. You sleep with the windows open. That's lovely. Warms up and sunny during the day. It's quite nice, actually. Crash northbound I-15 at milepost 266. This is north of Center Street in Provo, and it is off to the left shoulder. Crash eastbound SR 201 at Redwood Road in Salt Lake. That is off to the right shoulder. And that's it. We've had a pretty light morning. A couple friends of the program letting us know about that Redwood Road incident. But other than that, things look great. Maybe you see something that's not great. You can share it with friends of the program by texting us 33986, and then I will pass it along. On the hunt for a trophy truck or SUV, $3,500 more for your trade and not a payment until next year. Your trophy ride is at National.
All right.
Boner candidate number 3. I am working my ass off on Christmas stuff. First Lady Melania Trump secretly recorded in the summer of 2018 expressing her frustration at being criticized for her husband's policy of separating families who illegally crossed the southern border, while at the same time needing to perform traditional First Lady duties, such as preparing for Christmas. They say I am complicit. I am the same like him. I support him. I don't say enough. I don't do enough where I am, she said in
Carrie
this
has
tape.
it.
I found the audio.
Wait, how much of it do you have? What do you?
About 7 seconds.
Let me lead into it. The tapes were played on CNN's Anderson Cooper 360. This is taped by Stephanie Winston Wolkoff, who used to be a friend of Melania Trump's and worked in her office. But she taped a bunch of stuff, and she also has a book because Melania and the president kicked this woman to the curb. That's why she recorded this stuff.
All right, Katie, as far as I know, this is bleeped. But just in case, be ready. All right, here we go.
They say I'm complicit. I'm the same like him. I support him. I don't say enough. I don't do enough.
No.
Where I am, I'm working like a my ass off.
I know.
With Christmas stuff that, who gives a about Christmas stuff and the...
Got that?
Oh, that's
I'm
a war
working.
That's a war on Christmas there.
I'm working my ass off on Christmas stuff who gives an F about the Christmas stuff and decorations? But I need to do it, right?
That's
now,
war on Christmas.
that's not the best part of this, though.
That's
I
all
have this other audio.
Oh.
They said, oh, what about the children that were separated? And she says, give me an effing break.
Yeah.
That is worse than the Christmas thing.
Oh, yeah.
Do you
Give
have
me
that audio, Carrie?
I can't
I'll
find
send
that.
it.
Give me an effing break. Where they were saying anything when Obama did that. I cannot go. I was trying to get the kid reunited with his mom. I didn't have a chance. It needs to go through the process and through the law.
Well, this is worse than the Christmas thing.
Yeah, let's not forget that she wore that coat written on the back. It says, "I don't care, do you?"
On her way to the border.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Carrie, I just sent that to you. I don't know if the effing in that is bleeped or
I
not.
wouldn't.
but
I wouldn't try it if I were you.
Let me check the source. It's CNN, so.
Well, they probably.
That's the full audio. We'll go through it after.
Anyway, Boner candidate number 3. I'm working my ass off on Christmas stuff.
All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. That's it. We're suing Biden. A lawyer for Kyle Rittenhouse, the white teenager accused of shooting 3 people in Kenosha, Wisconsin, killing 2 of them. The lawyer says, well, I'm going to sue Joe Biden for libel. Boner candidate number 2, Must have been a really nice hat. Shia LaBeouf charged with petty theft because he beat a man up and took his hat. And boner candidate number 3, I'm working my ass off on Christmas stuff.
All right. Here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Because if it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 2's voting. We'll do this again at 8:20. 3 more, 3 different candidates. We'll get a winner there as well. And then we will take both of those winners and put them against each other for a boner fight. You'll decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. That's when that goes down. And then after that, it's boner of the week. But that's way ahead. So let's focus right now on sending one of these candidates forward as your champion from round 1. Remember the number of the candidate that you think should win, 1, 2, or 3. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the studio. Producer's booth will take your voice vote at 877-602-9696. Or go online to x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting October 2, 2020, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 1.
Now, I saw this story today. Mm-hmm. And
is that the one I was going to mention earlier? Mm-hmm.
The headline is, creator of the Labradoodle calls it Frankenstein's monster.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This was my dog. His name was Tippy.
Now, I know a Labradoodle.
I know several.
That is a lovely dog.
I know several Labradoodles.
Okay.
Or golden doodles. That's another kind of doodle. But
maybe this is a golden doodle, I know.
This is the Labradoodle specifically.
Mm-hmm.
I'll read you this. An Australian man who created the world's first Labradoodle says he regrets creating the popular hybrid breed, claiming in a recent interview that the majority of the dogs are, quote, either crazy or have hereditary problems. Wally Conran bred the first Labradoodle, a cross between a poodle and a Labrador retriever, in 1989 for a blind woman who couldn't have a guide dog because her husband was allergic to the dog hair.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Fast forward 3 decades, which I didn't realize they'd been around that long, but the Labradoodle's become one of the most popular mixed breed dogs in the world, a fact that doesn't sit so well with the man who made them. I opened Pandora's box and released the Frankenstein's monster, said Conran. He fears people are overbreeding the dog, creating versions of their own, including Groodles.
What's that?
Well, this says golden retrievers and poodles. I always thought that was a
I thought that's
golden doodle.
Golden doodle.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's Groodle. Golden doodle sounds better, but
Spoodles.
Spaniel poodle.
Spaniel poodle.
Spoodles.
I find the biggest majority are crazy or have hereditary problems. I have met some damn nice Labradoodles, but they're few and far between. He spent 3 years trialing more than 30 poodles as guide dogs because their hair was hypoallergenic, but they didn't have the right temperament. They're damn cute dogs.
They are. So I wish they would do one that tastes like cotton candy.
But they're everywhere. They are.
Well, and apparently we haven't known that they're crazy.
Yeah.
Well, the one I know, I don't know him well, but it belongs to Luba and Nome. His name is Leo because he looks like a lion.
Is he? So I think he's a golden doodle.
Maybe so. He's got floppy ears. I'm looking at pictures here. I don't know. They look sort of the same to me. But he's got that curly hair though.
Well, that's the poodle. That's the oodle part of it.
The oodle.
That's why they do it. Is they don't shed, and usually poodles are good for people.
I don't remember which one he is, but he's a very nice dog.
But I wanted to say on the record that I don't go for the doodle.
No doodle?
No,
I have the doodles?
I have a golden retriever. I have the old school dog. I don't cotton to the mixing of oodles and doodles.
Are you a racist?
No,
You're a racist. This is misogynist. You're a misogynist. That's what you are. You don't believe in mixing of the races.
I'm a goldist.
Hannah says, Labradoodles are so hyper, they chew on everything. My friend's Labradoodle chewed up a medical pill bottle, and their cat ate the pills and died.
Now,
See, they are crazy.
Now, this Labradoodle, I guess he is, Leo, he does like to chew stuff, but they have plenty of
chew toys there for him, and he's very well behaved.
Ooh, I had a golden doodle, and it had a lot of health issues. I had to put it down in the end. So sad.
And I think part of the problem is they're overbreeding them now because they're super and you can get the minis.
Oh, see, now that's more my
the mini.
Yeah,
Well,
I like little dogs.
Yeah.
Playing God, though.
Yep.
All right, time to award round one of your boners.
And it's brought to you in part by Lentil Soup.
And Ma and Pa's Bakery features quality, natural, holistic, organic, and raw foods and treats for your fur babies. Mill Creek, American Fork, and Ma and Pa's Bakery Inc.com.
Boner candidate number one. That's it. We're suing Biden. A lawyer for Kyle Rittenhouse, the white kid charged with killing 2 people and severely wounding a third in Kenosha, says he's going to sue Joe Biden for libel because Biden did a tweet that sort of linked Rittenhouse to maybe white supremacist groups. Boner candidate number 2, that must have been a really nice hat. Why else would Shia LaBeouf beat up a man and steal his hat? And boner candidate number 3, I'm working my ass off on the Christmas stuff. First Lady Melania Trump secretly recorded showing her. Well, she not a lot of people know that before she came to this country, she was a sailor, and she swears like one.
Mm-hmm.
And she's saying some really awful things about, about the separation of family policies and swearing up a storm. And she was upset that she doesn't want to do the damn Christmas decorations, but she has to.
There's that, but there's also what she talked about, the kids in cages.
I can't do anything about it. People criticize me. I can't do anything about it. Boner candidate number 3, and the winner was, in fact, boner candidate number 3, Melania Trump.
So, Carrie, for Boner Fight, I sent you the full audio.
I've got the full audio,
okay.
and it is bleeped.
So I want to play that because.
Well, that candidate will go forward now. It might be boner of the day. Depends on how well it does against the winner of round 2's voting. Round 2 coming up at 8:20 with 3 different candidates. We'll get a winner there. We'll take both of them and put them against each other. Boner fight happens at 9:20. That is when you'll decide boner of the day. All right. Is this a sponsored feature?
Yes. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up with a free airflow test, only $39. Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right, thank you. Oh, where's my music? There it is.
It's best question of the week. You should take advantage of this. You just email us a question, radiofromhell@x96.com, about anything. It doesn't matter, and we'll answer it. Like this question we received today that Katie will read to us right now.
That's right. So this one comes from Brian. It says, recently I've watched Jurassic World, and I thought how fun it would be to have a dinosaur as a pet. Hey, me too. I've always thought this. Got me thinking, what would you have if you could have a choice of any real or fictional creature reduced down to household size as a pet? What would it be and why?
I don't know. You know, I think it'd be really fun to have an elephant as a pet. But
A miniature elephant?
Well, yeah, but if you reduced an elephant in size to the size of a household dog or a cat or something,
yeah,
is it still an elephant?
Sure.
Who says your house can't be a mansion and therefore it's normal size of an elephant?
I mean, because that's what I'd want is a normal sized. If I don't have to reduce it down, I'd like a normal sized elephant as a pet.
I don't think I'd want a full sized elephant as a pet.
That's
hard to clean up after. But.
Yeah,
well, you got to feed it.
Doing a lot of shoveling there.
Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I just like elephants, and I also always wanted to have a pet crow.
Really?
One of my favorite DJs actually has a pet crow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw a guy once who had a pet crow.
Aren't they smarter than you?
They're very smart.
They are damn smart. They really. As a matter of fact, there's a news article there somewhere. About
you have to
that
earn
today.
their trust for them to actually be your pet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're very smart. And this guy had this crow, and it was just, you could tell this bird was just like with it. You know, it was with it. Well,
Gina?
Well, so I went to movies for mine. And it's a very specific animal that doesn't need to be shrunk.
Mm-hmm.
So it's Benji the dog, and specifically Benji the dog from the movie Oh Heavenly Dog.
Heavenly Dog, of
because
course.
what it would be is Chevy Chase inside
there it is now.
of a dog.
Oh, but Chevy Chase is a dick.
Yeah.
So that dog would be a dick.
Yeah, that's true.
That dog would sit and tell you you're not funny. You know.
Nobody's funnier than me.
Mine is Chevy Chase and a dog.
All right. Well, my initial reaction was because you said creature, because I've always just wanted robots. I have 100 different robots I'd love to have.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you said creature, and I went. My initial reaction was, well, Rocket Raccoon, because he could upgrade all my electronics and everything just using scraps.
And steal things for you.
But I don't think he'd take well to being a pet. You
No.
know, he would not respond well to that.
You could call him a trash panda and he wouldn't know.
But then my wife reminded me of something that I said a week or so ago. I don't know if you guys have been watching the Netflix show Ratched.
Oh, it's so good. I finished it all in a day.
I've watched a couple of them.
We binged them. It's only like 8 episodes.
Yeah.
We just binged right through them, and so good. And it's the story of Nurse Ratched, who is in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. This is kind of her origin story, and it's such a great little story. Just some great acting, and it's just fun. But Sharon Stone plays a very wealthy widow socialite in it.
Okay.
And she has, it's not a capuchin monkey. I can't remember what kind of monkey it is. Named Miss Petunia. And Miss Petunia, this is the thing about it.
Okay.
Is that Sharon Stone and Miss Petunia dress identically.
It's cute.
So,
If
and I
you
stopped.
had a monkey that you would dress him like you.
I hit the pause button while we're watching that, and I said, if I were incredibly wealthy, I would have a capuchin monkey, and I would make clothes for it that looked exactly like my clothes, and we would wear matching outfits every day.
Little hats.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd get little hats, like this little flower shirt that we got going here. I'd have an exact duplicate of it, and he would ride on my shoulder.
I would love this.
And people could say he's crazy, and I say no, I'm wealthy. That means I'm eccentric.
Yes.
Ooh, there you go.
Oh, hey, Carrie, you know that what was that show with the kids with the powers?
The show with the kids with the
Are you talking
powers?
about Lock and Key?
The something club?
Umbrella Academy?
Umbrella Academy.
Okay.
How about that chimpanzee that's in Umbrella Academy?
I don't know if he'd do well with being called a pet either, really.
Yeah, but it'd be cool to have him as a companion.
Professor, what's his name?
Yeah, he wears like a butler's uniform all the time and has an English accent.
Yes. A super chimp. Oh, yeah.
That'd be cool.
That would be easy because he could take care of himself.
Yeah, I mean I think that'd be really nice. And he sort of is he kind of organizes the house and takes care of things in a lot of ways.
Oh, there you go.
Umbrella Academy. I can't remember I can't remember his name.
Professor something. Pogo. Thank you.
Pogo.
Thank you, Ed, in the chat room. Ed in the chat room coming through.
Yeah.
So that's who you've chosen. That's a good choice.
Yeah.
I like it.
So there you go, best question of the week. See, that didn't change the world. It was just a silly question. It doesn't have to be something super serious. Mm-hmm. Email it to us, radiofromhell@x96.com. Put best question in the subject line.
Or you could put, here's your damn question.
Yeah, you want a here's a damn question for you. What do you think about this?
Yeah.
Could be that.
Traffic, Gina.
Crash eastbound 98 south at 7th East in Sandy. We've also got a crash northbound I-15 milepost 266 just north of Center Street in Provo. It is off to the left shoulder, but it's been fairly light traffic-wise this morning. If you see something, though, you can always text it to us, 33986.
All right, so we will take a break, and we will be back. Katie, you should, I don't know if you're watching the show Runaways. Oh, it's on the Disney Plus, but they have a velociraptor for a pet. You should watch that show. It's right up your alley. Let's see. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. Jimmy, the wine guy, will be here after these messages. Have Another Drink with Jimmy is the name of the feature. I want to emphasize that, Jimmy. Your feature is called Have Another Drink with Jimmy. All right?
Not yet.
We'll have that for you coming up after this. Ranlife.com.
Look, if you don't lock in your interest rate on a refi before October 15th, you could be hit with additional closing costs, and not just a small amount. This is the time to refinance. I did it a couple of months ago, but shortly, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac will start charging an extra 0.5% on every conventional refinance loan in America until further notice. So you need to lock it in with Rand Life by October 15th. All right? So there's still time. So you won't get those extra costs. And 0.5%, it ends up being a lot of money, really, over the life of a loan. I mean, if your loan is $350,000, it'll cost you another $1,750 to refinance. So don't let that happen. Refinance now with Rand Life. You can give them a call, 801-478-4500, or go to the website, randlife.com.
Enjoying a delicious piece of German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
That's kind of weird, Travis. There's Travis the Pieman here.
Hi, everybody.
German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
We have an official pieman for the Radio from Hell show.
Gina, by the way, I brought you your pie.
Oh!
It's a pie in a box.
It's the McDonald's.
It's the pie that she will eat.
We know she'll eat that.
You're missing out.
It's the one thing I have in common with Donald Trump.
You're missing out. This is delicious.
It's delicious. It really is, Travis.
And also, Gina, since I couldn't get you pie, I got you something else.
What? Well, you got me pie right there.
See, Travis has got an...
Did he?
Yeah. Travis has been making stickers.
Remain Seated podcast stickers?
Uh-huh.
I
got the
love
graphic
it.
offline, was able to kind of jury rig a setup for it. So you've got some for the computer, for the laptop, for your car, whatever you want to do.
I love it. Thank you.
Travis, is it an Etsy store? Or where
Yeah,
is
it's an
it?
Etsy store called Pieman Graphics, or if you search Pieman Graphics on Twitter, it now pulls up links that'll take you right where you need to go.
You know, Gina, those stickers have beard hair in them.
Do they?
Yeah, probably.
That's okay. I'm not going to eat them.
I try to pick them out, but picking out the beard hair makes it artisanal.
This pie has beard hair in it, and it's delicious. It's just delicious.
Well, my boys helped me with this one, and, the 11-year-olds.
Yeah, Travis sells stickers on his Etsy site.
That's awesome.
He's been selling Geek Show stickers.
Now, Travis, you it's Pi Day,
right?
What do you know about the mathematical symbol of pi? Anything?
It's the magical number that lets you calculate many things in geometry. The time that they actually celebrate it today, or at least the big math geeks celebrate it today, is today at 1:59 p.m. because then you get 3.14159, which are the first numbers of pi.
Wow.
I know. It's really, you can get really geeky on this.
So there's going to be math geeks at the bar at that time?
At that exact time, they'll all raise a glass and they'll be good. Woo! And and there's little math things they come up with too, where they say that, since there's 360 degrees in a circle, if you go to the 359th position of pi, there's 360 right there.
If I understood math better, apparently it is this magical thing that you can calculate all kinds of things.
It's an exact proportion that they figure is like a magic number throughout the universe. It helps things work. But we kind of adopted it too, is instead of just being pi as in the number, it's pi as in pie. Also, pizza today is big. I think Pie Pizzeria usually does some kind of special thing, or all the other pizza chains will do something special. I don't recognize the National Pie Day that they had back in January. Or February.
We tried to call you out on that day, and
it's just like Valentine's Day. It's a setup day where big pastry comes out and wants to sell pie.
Big pastry.
Big pastry. They tried to co-opt it.
Exactly.
Right.
There's only two pie holidays that I celebrate, and that is Pie Day and Pie and Beer Day on the 24th.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because nothing's better than a fresh raspberry pie and a Pilsner.
Now, Travis, I know you also have you lost your job some time ago. I don't know what, you weren't fired, but it was
I'm no longer employed.
Yeah.
And so right now I'm looking for anything that's either integration or
What is integration?
I do a lot of software.
Okay.
And basically it's taking large groups of software pieces or hardware pieces and putting it together for major companies.
Okay.
So I do integrations, implementations, support. So
if anybody has something like that and wants an employee that can bring pie on potluck day,
exactly, lots of pie.
That's
he's a great pie maker, and he knows how to do big software jobs. Travis, how do they get a hold of you?
They can just email me at travislynnjohnson@gmail.com.
Okay.
And Raul down on the border, send us in the chat room a picture of one of your Trump stickers on his computer, I think.
Yeah, I have a copy of the balloon Trump. The big balloon that they were
the
running
big
around
fat,
in England, and they brought it over to Los Angeles and into New Jersey. Yeah, I sell those on the site.
Pieman Graphics.
Well,
all right.
Thanks. I just devoured the pie. One slice is enough. It's very sweet, but man, it's delicious. Thank you, Travis.
No problem at all. Have a good one.
Have a good pie day.
You too.
Okay, 8:04 right now. Is this a sponsored feature, Gina?
Let's just say it's brought to you by the Wine Academy of Utah.
Have Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink and you'll feel alright. If you feel down and you're under the weather, have another drink and you feel alright.
Well, here he is, my friends, the impresario of the Wine Academy of Utah. He is the man who's been, what does it say on your website, Jimmy, shaking you down for nickels and dimes since 1986? What is it?
Shaking you down for loose change since the 80s.
Oh, that's right.
I like it.
Jimmy Santangelo. I love that slogan, shaking you down for loose change. Jimmy,
Morning, everyone.
Sorry I missed you yesterday, by the way.
Me too.
Jimmy stopped by the house and left some wine, and this is this is what we're going to be talking about, the French wines, right?
So, yeah, I want everyone to go to x96.com/live so you can watch.
Yeah, this is a great, French wines, they're one of those styles of wine that are a little bit more expensive that you think, and the labels really don't tell you exactly what is in the wine. Here in the States, we'll say what the grape varietal is. You're getting a Pinot Noir, it'll say right on the label, Chardonnay, Cabernet Sauvignon. In France, it'll always say the place that it's from, and for many of us, we may not be familiar with those places, so inherently we're not going to know the style of wine, and we might not feel confident about purchasing those wines, taking a risk. But I featured for you today all French wines under $15. So
Man,
what's the risk, right?
That makes me excited when you told me that. I actually did see Jimmy yesterday when he dropped it off. He's like, $15. I'm like, but that bottle is too beautiful, even without what's in it. That just is a gorgeous bottle.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, it's a nice one.
Mine's already in the trash.
You have it already?
No, I did. I actually didn't drink any of it yesterday, but it was my wife was gone when I went to bed. My guess is it's now. Well, we'll see if there's any left. So talk about the choices.
The first one. Why don't we start with Carrie, because we'll go white, rosé, red. So Carrie,
right.
Gina, Bill. So Carrie.
Well, let me. I got my corkscrew going here.
Oh, nice. So what you have there is the Manoir de Capucine. It says Mekong, Solotre, Pouilly. So what in the world is that? All that is Chardonnay. That's it. All it is Chardonnay. And you'll see the word Chardonnay nowhere on the label.
No.
The Manoir de Capucine is the producer, and then Mekong is where it's from. And then within where it's from, the district, and then you have the little commune, Pouilly, to indicate. And they only make Chardonnay there. And they make a little Aligoté and Sauvignon Blanc, but primarily it's Chardonnay that they produce out of this region.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me give it a try.
It's on sale right now for $15.80 a bottle.
That's right. I owe you 80 cents. Whoever said it's not under 15.
I forgot to bring a glass down, so I'm going to be really uncouth and non-fresh.
Nice.
And just drink it out of the bottle.
You're on your way to becoming a sommelier in no time.
Oh, that's pleasant. That's very pleasant. I like that.
Is it oaky or what's it like?
No, it's crisp.
That's good, excellent, and it's unoaked, so it is crisp, and it has what they do is they let the fruit, after they convert the grape juice into wine, they let it sit on the leaves to really kind of cream it up a little bit, but yet you don't have that butteriness or oakiness rather from a barrel because they keep it in stainless.
Mm-hmm.
So $15.80, it's on sale. It's normally $17.80. Manoir de Capucine. We will have all pictures on the websites for everybody to take a look at it.
Now, Jimmy, you said that they do it in stainless steel. This is becoming a trend with me now. I'm getting away from the oaky Chardonnays.
I don't like them.
You introduced me to one. What was it? Something in goat? I can't remember the name right now.
Donkey and Goat. That's right.
Donkey and Goat.
We did that one. Natural wine out of Northern California, and they're an outfit out of Berkeley. A Utah boy runs that.
But they do
fun.
it out of concrete.
Yeah, concrete, clay, vats. It's becoming more of a trend to allow the fruit on the vine to show in the glass without that adulteration of wood aging or the hand of the winemaker. They really want to express what the fruit's like.
This is becoming a trend with me then.
I just got a text from my wife. Hey, I did not drink that wine. I drank that bottle of crappy white wine that was in the refrigerator. The cheap
wine shame me.
The cheap white wine from Australia.
Well, Well, which one did Bill get then that he didn't get to try?
Let's go to
Bill
Gina's
has-
next.
Oh, you want to do Gina's next?
Yeah, Gina's next.
Gina has a rosé. It's a nice shapely bottle. This is by Chateau Montaud, and this is a Côte de Provence rosé. All it is Syrah, Grenache, Mourvedre. It's a blend of grape varietals gently pressed to extract just a kiss of the color. And this is a fruitier style rosé, $14.99, right at that $15 price point. And it's great on its own or on the back patio, late morning, early afternoon, and or with a little salad. It's
Just
a
just
super
before
nice,
bed,
light-
just before bed, getting up in the morning, right after you
Hey.
brush your teeth. You know.
Jimmy, what temperature should I have this at?
That's
Should
a
I
good
put it
question.
in the
So your
fridge?
rosés you want to keep like with white wine, so it would be
Okay.
chilled. And when you chill red wine or rosé, you're really bringing out the fruitiness of it. And we even offer and suggest slight chills to Pinot Noirs, Grenache, Beaujolais, to really emphasize the fruit. Now, you don't ever want to really chill a wine that's got a lot of tannic structure to it, such as a Cabernet Sauvignon, Shiraz, Barolo, because the tannins will come out and it'll be like super dry. But those lighter bodied reds, rosés, you want to chill.
So this next one that you left for me, and I'm glad I'll get a chance to try it later today. The Syrah Grenache, you would chill that, huh? A little bit.
This one being from the Côte d'Aron, you would want to just keep it at a good room temperature, not necessarily chill it. It's going to have any wines from the Côte d'Aron. This is an area in the Rhone Valley in France, in particularly when it's a Côte d'Aron, it's from a broader area in the southern Rhone. And this wine has Syrah, Grenache, might have a little bit of Mourvedre in it, just the same grape varietals as the rosé Gina has. But this wine is going to come across a bigger, richer, so if you're grilling steaks, you got a hamburger. It's got a nice medium body, moderate tannins to it, and it's a simple wine. It's not necessarily, it's a little bit more than just a simple table wine. I got to tell you, for $13.49, this wine's drinking above its weight class.
I'm just a little bit disappointed, Jimmy, in that that the wine that you left for me was the cheapest of the three. I just
I knew you
I don't know. Did I offend you somehow or what? I don't know.
He said it fights above its weight class, Bill. That's a compliment.
Jimmy, you got some events coming up at the Wine Academy of Utah. I know there's talk about the this corporate virtual wine tastings you're doing.
Yeah, the corporate virtual wine tastings have been fantastic. It's where when a corporation has national accounts and they want to maintain their client retention, or if they have team and staff throughout the country, team building events, we offer online virtual wine tastings. We take it from soup to nuts. We help curate the wines, get the shipping and delivery, and we coordinate and present online the virtual tasting along with printed tasting notes. It's been a great opportunity for companies to maintain staff morale during this time where everyone's working at home or otherwise, as well as, most importantly, the client retention, keeping those A-tier clients engaged with your organization through a wine tasting. What's better than that?
Yeah, it's excellent. You can find that at wineacademyofutah.com.
Yes,
and
that's right.
And also, you also just do in-home wine events for whoever wants to do them, right?
Yeah, we've been doing the in-home wine events and backyard events. Social distancing guidelines apply, and it's nice small groups from anywhere from 6 to 12 people, depending on the space that we're going to do it. So contact wineacademyofutah.com for additional information.
And speaking of which, I'll see you tonight, Jimmy.
Oh, you're
That's
doing
right.
another one?
Another one. It's our we got to get it. Got to get it before it gets too cold. You know.
We've had a couple with him too. So.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Thank you, Jimmy. This may be my new Chardonnay. I love
You like
this.
it that much?
At first, I thought I got excited because it says I thought it said Manor du Capuchin, and I went, "That's my favorite monkey."
Monkeys, yeah.
So it'd be like Monkey House, but it's not.
The Monkey House wine.
That was the cheap white wine that was in my refrigerator. Monkey House wine.
Monkey House wine. All right,
let's
traffic,
see.
Gina. Huh?
Oh, go ahead.
Debris I don't know what kind of debris. Some sort of debris. Southbound I-15, milepost 303 at 37th South in South Salt Lake. It's affecting the center lanes of traffic there. Crash eastbound 98 South 7th East in Sandy. Crash northbound I-15 at milepost 266. This is just north of Center Street in Provo. And nobody sent anything in via text. Oh, wait. Yes, you have. I stand corrected. Crash on Pioneer Crossing near I-15 eastbound. Thank you, whoever sent that in via text at 33986.
Now, bonus round 2. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Number 1, have a Lord Stanley Cup full of COVID. Boner candidate number 2, well, it says here she's a Rhodes Scholar. And boner candidate number 3, you want a hit?
All right, boners round 2, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by, X96.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders tracting on the ice planet Hoth. Oh, man, it's cold out here. Why is it so cold?
It's an ice planet, Lehigh. What do you expect?
Well, I'm sure glad my mom sent me these mittens.
And Zone Leader Hansen has sent us to some pretty dismal places before, but this has got to be the worst. I hope that this Wampa fella lets us in and offers us some piping hot postum.
You know, these tauntaun thingies smell funny, and they're just not very comfortable to ride. I wish our hyperbikes hadn't frozen up. Let's see, 3rd cave on the left, just past the 2nd snowdrift. Yep, this must be it. Hello? Hello, Mr. Wampa?
I don't suppose his first name is Willie, do you? See, Willie Wampa. What? Hello, anybody home? Hey, pal, that's my ride home you're having for lunch.
You must be Mr. Wampa. Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Look out, Butch! Oh, man, he knocked you down. That's going to leave a mark. Excuse me, Mr. Wampa, all we want is just a couple minutes of your time. Oh!
Oh, man. Where am I? Oh, heck. Hey, Lehigh, wake up.
Oh.
Wake up.
Oh, what in the flip?
This is just great. Here we are, hanging upside down, stuck to the roof of a Wampa cave, our feet frozen in what appears to be Wampa spit, while my ride home gets eaten by Mr. Wampa out there.
Yuck, I don't think this Wampa spit's ever going to come off my wingtips. Hey, there's somebody stuck to the ceiling behind you.
Huh? Hey, it's that farm boy from Tatooine. Hey, Luke! Luke, wake up!
Huh? Ben?
No, not Ben, it's me, Butch. I don't suppose you got a plan to get us out of here, do you?
If I could just reach for my lightsaber. There. So much for the element of surprise.
Hey, look, your dad, Darth Vader, cut off Lehigh's arm with one of those things. Cut him some slack.
Will Butch and Lehigh ever escape from Wampa Cave? Will Luke cut Lehigh's arm off just for the fun of it? Will our elders ever get the Wampa spit off of their wingtips? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say... Oh, thanks, Luke. For a minute there, I figured we was Wampa Chow.
Luke.
Ben?
Luke.
Ben, is that you?
You will go to the Dagobah system.
Mr. Kenobi? Dagobah? I've never even heard of it.
It's a swamp planet. You're not missing much.
You must seek out Yoda and continue your training.
But I've already been to the MTC. Ben? Yoda? Dagobah?
Mr. Kenobi, are you sure? I mean, we've already been to Dagobah.
Hold on. I've got some problems here. Luke, you go to Dagobah and seek Yoda. Butch, Lehigh,
You go thaw out your hyperbikes and continue tracting. I should have gotten Jedi call waiting.
On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elder.
Hey, let's see. We got 8:20 right now, and it is time for round 2 of your boner voting. Presenting now 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago, but we'll take both of the champions and put them against each other in the Boner Dome at 9:20. That's when Boner Fight happens this morning, and that's when you'll decide Boner of the Day, and then Boner of the Week will be decided after that. Okay, let's begin with round 2. 2 candidates now, a third after the news, and once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
I'm not confident in saying at this point. Yes, Katie, you're sure?
Okay,
Yeah.
we're good, she said.
Okay.
So,
Diversion Eatery gift card will be emailed to a random boner voter.
Okay. Here's boner candidate number 1. Have a Lord Stanley cup of COVID. Here's a video. There's video of this. Tampa Bay Lightning players, hockey players, and they won the Stanley Cup, Lord Stanley's Cup. Ignoring any kind of COVID guideline, passing around the Stanley Cup to fans and allowing them to drink out of it. Not ideal. Just hours after the team had its parade to celebrate its championship win over the Dallas Stars, Alex Killeran and Nikita Kucherov took Lord Stanley's Cup to the streets of Tampa Bay. And in complete idiocy, given the state of the coronavirus, they gathered in crowds of maskless people, poured booze from the top of the trophy into people's mouths. It's a no-no to do that during a pandemic, boys,
Yeah.
but they didn't get that for some reason. And that is the tradition with Lord Stanley's Cup, the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
The team gets to kind of keep it, and they drink out of it, and they
But
hang.
now is not the time for such
no, it is not.
behavior.
No, it is not. Have a Lord Stanley Cup of COVID. Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. Well, it says here she's a Rhodes Scholar.
It says right here in my notes.
Yep,
These
White
notes
House-
rarely lie.
White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany repeated the false claim made a few days earlier on Fox News that Supreme Court nominee Amy Coney Barrett was a Rhodes Scholar. Barrett attended Rhodes College. There is a difference. Touting Barrett's credentials, which were compiled in her infamous briefing binder, McEnany claimed that Barrett is, quote, also a Rhodes Scholar. She then later acknowledged the mistake after a reporter corrected her. Her explanation for her mistake? Well, it's what I have written here. My bad. The Rhodes Scholarship, by the way, is a prestigious international postgraduate scholarship to study at Oxford University in the United Kingdom. Recipients include former President Bill Clinton, Ambassador to the United Nations Susan Rice, Senator Cory Booker, John Kennedy, journalist Ronan Farrow, Rachel Maddow also was a Rhodes Scholar. Many prestigious people, Rhodes Scholars. Now, this does not mean that Amy Coney Barrett is not a very well-educated and bright woman. That's not what we're saying here at all. We're saying that this McEnany and the people who prepare things from the White House are not very bright. Boner candidate number 2. Well, it says here she's a Rhodes Scholar. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. You want to hit?
Boner candidate number 3 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinnuendo brought to you by.
Check out downtown SLC's Open Streets featuring expanded outdoor dining, live performances, and art happening Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturday evenings from 6 to 10 now through October 10th on Main Street from 4th South to South Temple. Learn more at downtownslc.org.
Well, I didn't know this. So a lot of people like Gorillaz.
The band, yes.
The music, I guess they're a band, I guess.
Katie likes them a lot.
I like Gorillaz. They will unleash their star-studded new music collection, Song Machine Season 1, Strange Times. The most recent preview had on it Robert Smith from The Cure, and then looking to outdo themselves, Gorillaz have now released a collaboration with, yes, the Sir Horace Pussywhite, Elton John. It's called The Pink Phantom. So that I'm kind of excited to hear that.
Well, I'll play it for you in a second if you.
Oh, is it?
I didn't know you were going to do the story, so let me.
So a bit reminiscent of Elton John's Benny and the Jets. The new song features a nice beat and his Elton John on piano and Elton John's vocals.
Let me cue to Elton.
Where the world fell silent. I'll be waiting for you on the outside.
I don't like this.
There you go.
No, I wonder what maybe the Robert Smith thing is better.
Well, let me dig that up.
That doesn't sound like Rocket Man in the slightest. and this article led me to believe that it might. Anyway, so if you didn't see, Gina saw this guy on a news conference yesterday. I just read about it. Utah County doctor fighting back tears yesterday.
Oh, it was horrible.
As he pleaded with his neighbors to be less dismissive of coronavirus while cases continue to increase rapidly in Utah County. I wish you could see what it's like to have somebody who's got COVID and is not sure that they're going to survive, said Dr. Clark Bishop. They're in the ICU all alone. They're writing goodbye notes to their kids. With 1,800 new coronavirus cases reported yesterday, Utah, for the past week, averaged 987 new cases per day. Utah County, where Bishop works, remains the worst coronavirus hotspot in the state, more than any other county. For the past week, Utah County has averaged 61 new cases per day. And yet Bishop, Dr. Bishop, said tearfully that his community is fiercely divided on the seriousness of the virus. I am deeply saddened by what's happening there because of the controversy surrounding this issue, he said. It's becoming contentious. It doesn't need to be contentious. He implored Utah County residents to heed the county's week-old mask order and to accept the virus, that it has serious long-term effects for many patients who are not among the 1% who die. The people who get sick with COVID are very, very sick, he said. Each one I see, it's heartbreaking. President Trump.
I got the Gorillaz Robert Smith song if you want to hear that.
Sure.
At the same time, strange times.
I like this a little better. That's Robert Smith, all right.
Yep.
Yeah, but I want it to do something pretty quick here.
Hang on, let me get... It's not going to do much.
It's better than the other one.
Yeah, it's better than the Elton one.
President Trump returned to Washington from a fundraiser at his golf club on Thursday, and he was showing symptoms of the coronavirus, mild ones, according to two people familiar with his condition. The president has had what one person described as cold-like symptoms at the fundraiser he attended at his golf club, where one attendee said the president came into contact with about 100 people. He seemed lethargic. A person briefed on the matter said that Mr. Trump fell asleep at one point on Air Force One on the way back from a rally in Minnesota on Wednesday night. A White House official said that as of Thursday, the president's treatment plan is still being discussed. So was a possible national address or a videotape statement from the president to demonstrate that he's still functioning and that the government is going on uninterrupted, which, depending on your opinion, could be a good or a bad thing.
Yeah.
Vice President Pence, the first in line to assume the Oval Office if Trump becomes too ill to carry out his duties, tested negative for the virus on Friday. A glimmer of stability on a day when questions are swirling over what comes next should Mr. Trump's symptoms worsen. And also, Melania has it as well.
Okay.
Now, Dave, I saw Ben Winslow just tweeted that because Vice President Pence has tested negative, Kamala Harris also tested negative, and they are still planning on going ahead with the vice presidential debate at the University of Utah. So that has been canceled.
Is that this week? Or this?
I think so.
Pretty quick. I think it's next
Let me
week,
look.
maybe. And it has been confirmed by NBC News that there was no contact from the Trump campaign or the White House to alert the Biden campaign of possible exposure. They found out about it on the news.
Mm-hmm.
It's Wednesday, October 7th, 7 p.m.
So what happens if a presidential nominee can no longer run for office? Like President Trump. People are speculating about that, but there's a real question mark around the general election. If we're going to entertain doomsday scenarios, let's consider this one. The death of a president. That's, running a presidential nominee. How would the parties and the public respond to such a tragic event? Trump and Biden are both in their 70s. Trump 74 in June, Biden is 77. They are the oldest major party nominees in American history. So what would happen if one of them were to be incapacitated before the election? Nobody's quite sure how to proceed if that happens. And it could just throw everything into absolute chaos. We haven't had a word yet on Biden being tested and what that result was.
No, he did.
You said Kamala Harris, but Biden as well?
No. Yeah,
Okay.
He's been tested as well.
Okay.
And his wife, and they were both negative.
Provo police are very concerned and upset, asking for the public's help after two cats were found shot with blow darts recently.
The hell?
The photos shared by police on Thursday show a small cat with a blow dart stuck in its body. And then another cat was also brought in that had a blow dart in him, or it. The dart punctured one of the cat's lungs. That cat is recovering, but police want to know who is doing this. And if you know, please contact the Provo police and let's get whoever's doing it some help and then put them in jail.
Yes.
Or both at the same time. Let's see. And Allen Park, you know where that is, up on 13th East?
Mm-hmm.
Been called Hobbitville for a long time. Well, for the first time in 50 years, the public will finally be able to enjoy one of Salt Lake's most beautiful treasures. Allen Park will be open for visitors and will remain open 7 days a week. The city purchased the 7-acre site in the spring for $7.5 million to save it from developers. Since then, plans have been in motion to open the area to the public and showcase its natural and historic artifacts. There are historic buildings there. There are mosaic artworks, and apparently it is just a gorgeous place. And it's
I'm very curious about it. I've driven by it my whole life and always there were rumors.
I
and-
didn't just drive by it. I once tried to go there. I said, "Oh, this is a public street." I mean, it was, and I turned and drove into there. Well, they were not happy with me for driving my car down toward where. But you know who you could talk to about it? Trent Harris lived there for a while.
He lived there.
Yeah, he rented.
That makes total sense.
He rented a small place there for some time. I think most of the people who lived there, those were all people. They were all renting. And
there were a lot of artists, weren't there? Wasn't that
well, it's kind of artists, and there are mosaic artworks there, and apparently the old buildings are really unusual, and they've preserved all of that stuff apparently.
Yeah, I'm super curious about it. I want to go check it out.
So it's up on 13th East, right around Westminster College. Okay, all right, that's it.
All right, sports weather traffic.
Yeah, Real Salt Lake, they are 4-4-6 with 18 points and 8th in the Western Conference, just 6 points behind the conference leaders, Seattle and Portland, and 3 points out of third place. They will be home to face LAFC on Sunday at Rio Tinto Stadium. Kickoff is at 7:30. Now, you can still get tickets at rsl.com, but remember they are limited because they're doing the social distancing, so not as many seats or tickets available. Also, the Utah Royals FC, they're going to face the Portland Thorns on Saturday at Rio Tinto Stadium. It's a nationally televised match on CBS Sports Network. Their kickoff is scheduled for 8 p.m., and there are still tickets available for that. And the Monarchs, down to their final week, they kick off Sunday's regular season finale scheduled for 8 p.m., and there are tickets available for that one as well. Weather, we've got that pattern that I told you about all week. We've got 5 to 7 days of low 80s during the day and low 50s during the night and sunny skies. Don't see a change in that coming till, let's see, this goes through Tuesday, so we'll see next week what that looks like. Traffic has been fairly light this morning, not a lot of incidents to tell you about. Let me just refresh this quickly. We've got debris southbound I-15, 37 South in South Salt Lake, affecting the center lanes of traffic there. We'll check our message stream, too, see if friends of the program have sent in anything. Nope. So it looks like you've got a fairly good commute. If you do see something you want to share with friends of the program, you can text it to us, 33986. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up with free airflow test for only $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Here's boner candidate number 3. You want a hit? A Florida woman has been arrested after asking a police deputy sheriff, if he'd like to smoke some marijuana with her. The Sumter County Sheriff's Office said the encounter happened when a deputy made contact with a woman identified as 50-year-old Constance Polk. She was sitting in her car, and he was completing a well-being check on her. Because apparently she'd just been sitting in the car for a long time, and people are saying, that woman hasn't moved for a long time. I'm going to check on her. They said that while talking to the deputy and observing that she had some marijuana, Officer Polk, or Ms. Polk, asked the officer if he'd like to smoke some of it with her. She then admitted that she didn't have a medical marijuana license, but she wanted to get one. She was arrested. Boner candidate number 3, want a hit?
Let's review the first two and vote.
Just like that. No, I don't have a medical marijuana card. I want to get one.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Boner candidate number 1. These are the candidates you're voting on now. Remember, number 1, have a Lord Stanley Cup of COVID. The hockey players from the Tampa Bay Lightning breaking COVID rules, allowing fans to drink from the Stanley Cup. Maskless fans everywhere. Boner candidate number 2. Well, it says here she's a Rhodes Scholar. My bad. The White House press secretary claiming that Amy Coney Barrett, the choice of Donald Trump to be the Supreme Court justice, is a Rhodes Scholar. No, she's not. She did go to a place called Rhodes College. That's entirely different than being a Rhodes Scholar. That's boner candidate number 2. And boner candidate number 3, what a hit.
There you go. You've got to decide, of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? All right. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text. And then text that to 33986. That's one way to vote. Most people vote that way. The others go online, x96.com, and look for the box that says Boner Voting, October 2, 2020. You vote there. And others call. Use their voice to vote. 877-602-9696. They'll take your votes in the producer's booth. Now, remember, if it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day yet. It has to go up against the winner of round one's voting, which we did an hour ago. You missed that, sorry. But pick wisely and then be with us at 9:20 when both of our champions go up against each other. You'll decide Boner of the Day at that time with Boner Fights. All right, be ready. Here we go. You have until the end of these messages to vote for round 2. Let's go.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find an old adversary of Butch and Lehigh planning their demise.
So, bounty hunter, you will bring me Christiansen?
Jabba the Hutt was very fond of his wrangler. He paid me more for a complete set of missionaries.
Christiansen made me look weak in front of the Emperor. Only by turning Christiansen to the dark side will I be able to regain my place by the Emperor's side. Sell him to that slug, Jabba. I have arranged to have the elders meet you on Bespin. There you can ambush them without anyone noticing.
If these elders bested you and the Emperor, how do you expect me to transport them back to you?
I prefer my elders frozen. There is a carbonite facility on Cloud City. That should make transporting them simple.
Have my credits ready. I'll be right back. Here we are, Butch. Cloud City. It sure looks like the holograms they showed us in school.
I don't know, Lehigh. I always get nervous when I stand on a city that's floating miles above the surface. Are you sure this is the right place?
Zone Leader Hanson said that we're supposed to meet someone here named Lando Calrissian, right here on Bespin.
Well, church records on this Calrissian fellow show him to be a gambler, smuggler, womanizer, and a penny stock manipulator. Are you sure this is the guy?
Well, maybe he's ready to turn over a new leaf. Oh, I think that's him right there.
Hi, and welcome to Cloud City. I'm Lando Calrissian. I run the mining operation here on Bespin. Can I offer you a beverage? Perhaps some malt?
I love a malt.
Liquor?
Oh, no, we don't drink, Mr. Calrissian. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Aye.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Now, our zone leader said that you might be interested in learning more about our religion.
Actually, no. We have some common acquaintances. I've made a deal with the Empire. Well, they'll leave me alone if I introduce you to this guy over here. Elders, this is Boba Fett. Boba Fett, Elders Christiansen and Jensen there. Gotta go now. Got a city to run. Bye-bye.
Well, Mr. Fett was up. Well, hi, I'm... Hey, I'm all tied up.
Cool toy. I need to get me one of those. We could convert more people if we could just tie them up first.
Now, Butch, I don't think we would be allowed to hog-tie prospective converts. Excuse me, Mr. Fett, could you untie me now?
One down, one to go.
Don't push my companion in that hole!
Whoa!
What have you done to my companion? Is Butch dead?
No, he wouldn't be worth much to me dead. Jabba wants to see him die in person. Your companion is frozen in carbonite. Now, if you would be so kind as to throw yourself down in there, we can get on with this.
You're going to take us both back to Jabba's palace?
No, you have an appointment with Darth Vader and the Emperor.
Cousin Darth? Oh, my.
Hey, get over here.
Sorry about this, Butch, but I need you to do something for me.
Don't push me.
Ah!
Oh, I guess you weighed more than I thought in this thing, Butch. I'm sorry, Mr. Fett. I hope my companion, who's now frozen in carbonite, wasn't too heavy. Oh, geez, what do I got to do now? I better go for some help.
Never leave your companion, Lehigh.
Mr. Kenobi?
It is the first rule. You must never leave your companion.
Obi-Wan, come back. I need some help. Oh, well, I guess I can put you on my luggage rack like this, Butch. Come on, let's go. Will Butch be able to serve out the rest of his mission frozen in carbonite? Can Lehigh really find a big microwave to defrost him in? Will Darth Vader ever get his revenge and once again become the Emperor's favorite lapdog? And where does Boba Fett get all those neat gizmos? Tune in next time to hear Butch say... on the next mind-numbing episode of Space Elders!
Okay, it is 8:46, and it is time to award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by warm bread from the oven.
And Diversion Eatery offers brunch weekends from 11 to 3. Try the steak and egg poutine with a Bloody Mary or mimosa. It's the best. Open daily for dine-in or takeout. 535 North 3rd West. Check out the menu at diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1 was have a Lord Stanley Cup of COVID. The hockey players breaking all the coronavirus rules and protocols and letting maskless fans drink from the Lord Stanley hockey trophy. Boner candidate number 2, well, it says here she's a Rhodes Scholar. My bad. White House Press Secretary McEnany, Kayleigh McEnany, claiming that Amy Coney Barrett is a Rhodes Scholar. She's not. She's a smart woman, no doubt about it, but she's not a Rhodes Scholar. She went to Rhodes College. That's very different.
In Tennessee.
Yeah.
Not.
It says here... so those people, they go to Oxford?
In the notes that you wrote, Kayleigh is the spokesperson for the president?
Yeah. Well, that's what it says right here. And boner candidate number 3, what a hit! A Florida woman arrested after asking a deputy to smoke marijuana with her. My favorite part of that story, of course, being, no, I don't have a marijuana card, but I really want to get one, she said. Let's see. I don't know who won the Diversion Eatery gift card. That's of secondary importance, though, to the winner of this round of boner voting, which is boner candidate number 2. Well, it says here she's a Rhodes Scholar.
All right, there you go. That's the winner of round 2. It goes forward to boner fights. It might be boner of the day. It's coming up at 9:20. We'll take both of our champions and put them together for a boner fight. That's when you'll decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning, and then after that, Dave the Flower Guy will tell you who boner of the week is. All right. We do have Mayor Wilson on the phone.
Jenny Wilson, Salt Lake County Mayor, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Are you well?
Well, I'm well. It's quite a morning, though, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Talk about an October surprise, huh?
Yeah, just trying to comprehend all of this, what it means, even here locally. So,
Yeah,
it's big news.
I'm curious, Mayor Wilson, are you scheduled to be at the vice presidential debate when that happens up at the U?
I'm not. I think they're having very few people there and students, but I don't know if they'll change their plans even around that. Clearly the university will be wise with social distancing and how they set things up, but this will obviously be a very limited audience. And, at this point, I just plan to watch it like the rest of us. I worried a little this morning that there might be a change. I don't know what's prudent at this point, if it would be that it moved to an online. I just think it's important that the campaign teams traveling with any of these campaigns be safe.
Yeah, they say it's still at this point scheduled to go ahead because Kamala Harris and Mike Pence have both been tested, and they are testing negative for the virus.
And I'm sure the debate commission folks are thinking through things this morning.
What kind of implication does, you said something, and I don't know, maybe you can expand on it, that the fact that, oh my God, the President of the United States and his wife have coronavirus, and the federal government is going to be affected, and how can that affect us here?
Well, let me just say this. I wish the President out of office, but I also wish him well, and his wife and family and staff that are, of course, concerned today. I do think that there's been a message resonate from the top to the base level of every community in America, a message of confusion around this. And we all know that the president thumbed his nose at masks, and then on one day would say, this is a threat, one day wouldn't. So that confusion, I think, has led to some noncompliance. And I hope that this is now a message that every one of us is, this is a rough thing. This is a tough virus. Every one of us, if we're not careful, is subjected to the strength of this virus. And that continues to be a message of mine. And, I hope that the people who thumb their nose at this idea over the president's, following the president on this will now understand that he's at risk and they are at risk as well if, they're not careful.
Yeah. I would be curious, and we'll ask on Monday to have people call in and say how many of your anti-mask friends and family suddenly decided to wear masks over the weekend. I'd be very curious to see if that changes some minds. Anyway, go ahead.
So, Mayor Wilson, let's look at Salt Lake County. We haven't talked to you for a couple of weeks. Salt Lake County, of course, involved in the cleanup after the big windstorm. What's your assessment of all of that, and how's it going?
Well, what a year. I mean, the number of trees down, historic trees in parks, and it was interesting because Salt Lake County, actually, its public works operations serve several smaller cities. Salt Lake City has its own public works department. So actually this week, Mayor Mendenhall and I went out and thanked those two teams. They were primarily the teams on the ground with the cleanup, but we also had assistance, primarily in Salt Lake City, but assistance from, I'd say, several other cities and areas around who had, we have a mutual aid agreement when these things happen. Mm-hmm. So, there's still piles on people's lawns. There's still trees cut up in parks that need to be picked up. I had a great conversation both with the Salt Lake County crews and the city crews about that process, and they recognize getting everything cleaned up before the snowplows come is a priority. And we waived for some time the dumping fees, so we're now back charging, but try and help out if we can get a load out to the landfill.
And then I see that there is an effort underway. They're already planting trees. Is that the county doing that, or the city, or both?
Well, it's both. We have some great partners that are involved as well, and we've found some opportunities here and there to get some trees in the ground before the snow hits. And, of course, we'll be looking at that for the years to come. There are areas maybe that the impact is not as big, but there's some areas where we really want to get those trees back quicker than naturally would come back. So we're on it, and I think our biggest concern right now is just making sure the roads are clear, and they are, and just, there's some inconvenient piles still around. I saw an area with Google had come and put in fiber around the pile. So everybody's just sort of making do. But I want to thank everyone. Everyone just sort of hustled and helped their neighbors, and power company did a good job. I know there were some situations in those early days where people were kind of suffering without their power, but we're beyond that now. And so, emergency number 4 or 5 this year, I've stopped counting.
Yeah. If you see county workers and city workers out, by the way, cleaning all that stuff up, and if you're driving by or walking by, just give them a thumbs up. Hey guys, good job. Just way to go, people. Thank you, thank you, because they're working, I know, around the clock. Yeah. Listen, we got
the resiliency has been amazing of county and city employees this year. It's been amazing.
It is. It is, and I'm astonished at how people keep on keeping on. Thanks for talking with us. I hope everyone in your family is well, and stay safe.
We're doing fine.
Good.
Thank you. You too.
We'll talk again next week.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
There are always inconvenient piles around, though. Have you noticed that? In
true.
life, inconvenient piles just seem to be here and there, always.
I think it's funny Google Fiber went around.
Well, it's not our job to pick up the pile.
Sorry, over the ditch witch. We gotta.
Yeah.
See Salt Lake City cleaning up piles of limbs in my neighborhood right now.
Take them some cookies.
Yeah.
Go take them some cookies.
Let's see. Let's do traffic, Gina, please.
Well, it's been a fairly light morning. I don't know what the incident is, but I do see a little slowage northbound I-15 through Murray. Not an accident. That could just be some construction slowage, I guess. I haven't heard anything from friends of the program either, but you can always text us 33986.
All right. It is 8:55. We're going to take a break. We will be back. We do have, of course, a boner fight on the way and boner of the week, a reasonable amount of news, and more, all coming up. Stand by for that. And now a message from the state of Utah.
Case counts are continuing to be high, very high, too high, and a particular concern are the spikes of cases, coronavirus cases, among people who are aged 15 to 24. High school students, university students, higher risk individual case counts are also increasing because those people are taking the coronavirus home to higher risk people. So look, go to coronavirus.utah.gov and find out everything that you can do to help keep other people safe. Maybe you don't care about yourself. Okay? Care about other people.
Yeah.
If you have symptoms of COVID, stay home. Don't go to work. Don't go to school. Don't be around people. Please, when you're in any public situation, always wear your mask, observe the social distancing, and the gathering numbers. What is it in Salt Lake County now? It's is it 50 or less, Gina? 50 or less in Salt Lake County?
Yeah, we're still in yellow in Salt Lake. So.
Coronavirus.utah.gov. That's where you'll find all of that information.
During these...
So I saw this story, too, this morning, and did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound is what we're playing. It's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative, how do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got the audio.
I've got the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy. With,
yeah.
So who farted on the? Now they say
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably
Which
is.
it could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg
Yeah.
scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh,
Like-
I didn't
like,
notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that
he
was
says,
a Democratic
he said-
fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well,
They
what does
say
it
Fox
mean,
smells
the
his own
listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to.
The
that's-
hearer's
yeah. Is the bearer?
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelled it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
Now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, it's just kind of because
Well,
he's
that's why
sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "Whoa, what was that?" Huh?
Although, wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
Well, we don't know if it
his
was whether
ventilator.
it's his or Chris's because
Yeah,
they leave
which
Chris's
side?
mic on as well.
Oh.
So
Well,
what Chris
I-
is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
If okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
Yeah, that
Cheat,
pause. That
and
pause
elec-
is
that tells me he knows it's coming.
the pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
Boy, you mean like he leaned up?
So
Like he tried to one cheek
a
sneak?
one cheek sneak while he's standing up.
Because you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so
Yeah.
condensed and
Well, yeah,
all those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's the better place to go because there's so many possible.
Wasn't me.
Wasn't me. Like, whoa, whoa.
Wasn't me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up. And you don't want to say anything because
You'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind
How
of
can you
raggedy.
tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full
it's
throated.
not-
It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh.
And here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
All right.
listen to the show. You're smarter than
Thank
we
you
are.
very much.
Very good.
Because on this day.
In 1951, Gordon Matthew Thomas Sumner, better known as my good friend Sting, was born on this day in 1951. You know, in a normal year, we would be celebrating at his home in Tuscany, having wine in the. That's what we usually do for his birthday.
Would Trudy Styler be there, his wife?
Oh, sure, yeah, Trudy and I are great friends.
So if you love someone,
Mm-hmm.
set them free.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so what's that Styler woman hanging around for? Didn't he set her free?
Well, he set her free, but she said, "Yeah, I think I'll stick around you, Sting. You're pretty great."
Well, see, that's the part of the song he didn't finish, which is, if you love someone, set them free, and if it was meant to be, they'll come back.
Yeah.
Well,
but he didn't put that part in.
Yeah. I had something I wanted to read to you. It's about the pandemic. So I take this journal. If you see, you can see it at x96.com/line. It's called the Lapham's Quarterly, which means I get it 4 times a year. And it's so every time I get an issue, and it's really beautifully done. There's art in it, and you know, but they take one topic, and then it's a collection of writings about that topic. And they do some essays that address modern issues, but mostly it's historical stuff. It's people writing about these topics in the past. And this whole journal, this time, the summer of 2020, it says epidemic on it. So it's all about epidemics. Historic and our current one. Now, and it's called the Lapham's Quarterly because it's started by a guy named Lewis Lapham, who used to be the editor of the Atlantic or Harper's Bazaar, one of those. Anyway, so the opening essay in it's by somebody named Francine Prose, and she's writing about the current epidemic, the COVID-19. But then she writes this: plagues don't necessarily or historically bring out the best in human nature. In times of crisis, a flaw in our design prompts us to look around for something or someone to blame, usually someone from another ethnic, racial, or religious group. America's leaders have deployed the term Chinese virus to deflect responsibility and stir up hatred against Asia and, collateral damage, Asian Americans. Carlo Ginzburg in France, describes the burning alive of lepers and Jews who were accused of poisoning a well, a wicked trick to set off a plague in 14th century France. Those murders were hardly isolated incidents, though Pope Clement VI informed the faithful that a devil was inspiring them to accuse Jews of causing the plague. 2,000 Jews were brought to a cemetery in Strasbourg, and all of them, except those who agreed to convert to Catholicism, were burned at the stake. And
Why
then,
are you reading us this?
and then listen, and then we can always blame science too. You see, those films tracking outbreaks to laboratory mistakes were echoed by a brief attempt to claim that the novel coronavirus was developed in a lab in Wuhan, China. You see, so we look at what's happening right now, and we see looking for blame. We see people trying to blame each other. It's divisive, and it has ever been thus.
Yeah.
Historically, whenever there's a plague, something we can't seem to control, this is what we do. We learn nothing as human beings, do we?
No.
Ever.
Did you see that TikTok video of the guy listening to Fleetwood Mac and drinking?
Oh yeah, I saw that
juice?
days ago. He's skateboarding or something.
Skateboarding.
Yeah, drinking ocean spray, cranberry juice.
He's got a series of them apparently of him lip syncing to Fleetwood Mac songs.
I enjoyed that.
And also, Bill, I got my copy of Lapdog Quarterly. Very excited. Lindsey Graham was the subject.
This is real. This is really cool. I discovered it some years ago. I've been taking it for 4 or 5 years, and it's got all kinds of art in it. I like it.
All right.
It's a little hoity-toity, but you know.
Let's take a break. We will be back with Boner Fight to determine Boner of the Day. coming up after these. And now a message from the Utah Department of Workforce Services.
Yeah, look.
There are jobs available, lots of them, actually. It's a good opportunity to maybe do something different. Maybe you have a job now, but it's not your favorite. Or maybe you've been out of work due to COVID.
Yeah, you can go to their website. There are jobs, and they're sort of highlighting certain areas where they know people are needed. Workforce Services has put all of these jobs together in one place. Health, information, technology, construction jobs, finance, manufacturing. There's all kinds of stuff out there if you need a job. If you've been laid off, you can go to jobs.utah.gov. There's a hiring events calendar at jobs.utah.gov that can help you find a job fair or a workshop near you. So if you've been laid off, or if you've been furloughed and you're waiting for your job to come back, or you're just looking to make a big change in your life, go to jobs.utah.gov.
I made a big mistake. Well, I didn't. It had to be done at some point. I haven't gotten on the scale, weighed myself, that is, since. So I had some back surgery to relieve some pressure on, on the nerves in my back. And that has made it difficult for me it's made it impossible for me to do any exercise. And I exercise a lot, usually. And then I went on vacation.
Well, sure.
And
you don't ever weigh yourself after vacation.
And you always put on a little weight on vacation. So a lack of exercise for a month, and then going on vacation for however many days to Hawaii, which involved a lot of
pineapple, drinking,
a lot of
empty calories.
Empty calories. Thank you. That would you please? Damn it, Gina! Could you start with the euphemisms? Would you not zero right in on the problem? Start with the euphemisms. I say, is Ann Flo here? I don't say what, John the Rag. You having a period?
You're trying to be funny.
Start with the euphemisms, please.
Before the reality?
Yeah, don't let the reality just don't smack me in the face with it, please. So 10 pounds since the last time I weighed myself.
So in a month you've gained
I think I'd have to look and see when that surgery was.
You don't look like you've gained 10 pounds.
Oh, I sure feel like it. And I don't? Really? No?
You look fine.
You always say that, though. Because I don't know, why does she always say that? Because I don't think it's true.
I'm sorry, I was chasing down things that we have to take care of here. I'm, trying to fix the show. That's all.
She always says, you look fine. I think you say that either because you don't really look at me or at people. Because I look at you, and I wouldn't say that about you.
I didn't ask your opinion on how I look or how much weight I gained on my vacation.
I didn't ask yours either. You just offered it. I didn't ask your opinion.
Okay, I won't say you look fine. I start out saying something nice when I get in trouble for that.
I don't think I look. I think you can tell I've put on 10 pounds. Can't you, Carrie?
Gina, watch and learn. Really?
Can you tell that I put on 10 pounds?
You hide it well.
But you can tell, can't you?
No.
You can't?
No. I also don't look at you very closely.
I believe that.
It's true. I don't look at anybody very closely.
I know. I
keep my head down. I do my job. I get out.
I look at people too closely.
Yeah, would you quit looking at me so closely?
I'm sorry, how's your eye?
It's better.
Is it really?
It doesn't...
That's what you said. That's what you said when it wasn't.
But now it's just crusty, not puffy.
What did your husband say now that he's seen you? Did he, when he got home and looked at it, did he go, "My God, why didn't you go to the doctor?"
No, he's still saying it's fine, so it's fine. It's scabby.
I think that if you had FaceTimed him,
yeah,
he would have looked at it and went, "Oh God,
yeah,
Boots, get in there."
He was with me all weekend, and it was fine.
But so again, he doesn't look at you very closely. He just keeps his head down and does his job when he's with you.
Exactly.
Which I'm
you know,
glad that he doesn't notice I've gained weight.
No,
so
he just keeps his head down and does his job.
Well, we're not talking about that today, are we?
No, that how things change in one day. We keep getting texts from people, by the way, going, "Have you guys talked yet about the president and the first lady having COVID? Have
No,
you
we
guys
decided
talked about that?"
We decided to not address it because it was people would think we were bashing, or people would think we were, so we haven't talked about it a bit.
I do want to address something that I said earlier in the program, in the 6 o'clock hour, which is I questioned whether it was real or not. I've changed my mind. I believe he has it. Okay.
Sure. Kerry took his tinfoil hat off
I
and
took
is
my
accepting.
The thought occurred to me as well. I was pretty sure. But
It's this White House. Of course you're going to question everything that comes out of it. But then Buzz Burbank walked me through the timeline of how reporters discovered it and confirmed it and then reported it, and then the White House made the announcement. So I believe he has it. I believe he and Melania have it. Okay. We'll get to Boner Fight here in about 6 or so minutes. But right now, let's get to a reasonable amount of news, brought to you by...
Protect your home and family with a security system from Mountain Alarm. Utah's security experts. Visit mountainalarm.com or call 801-395-8700.
John Lennon's glasses, his iconic round spectacles, have been sold in a rare Beatles auction. This pair of glasses, I had some when I was in college, round glasses like that, because I like John Lennon so much.
These are
57.
ones that Yoko Ono took the picture of right after he died.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Says they were gifted. His housekeeper gave them. No, I don't think so.
Okay, because
I
she
think-
took this very famous picture. It's a heartbreaking picture of his glasses, and there's blood on them.
Yeah, no.
And they're like on a railing at their apartment or something with the New York skyline in the background. It's
Yeah, this is these. They went for about $87,000. Apparently, it was a pair he had that he wore in a movie he was in called How I Won the War.
Yes.
Directed by Richard Lester. Yoko Ono, though, is suing a former assistant of John Lennon's for $150,000. She claims that this assistant has once again tried to profit from her family, despite him previously agreeing not to give any interviews about working for John Lennon. He was one of John Lennon's assistants. According to a report by TMZ, Ms. Ono has filed a new suit against Frederick Seaman, who worked for Lennon for 18 months up until his death in 1980, as she believes he has violated a previous court order which prevented him from giving interviews about John Lennon. She alleges that Mr. Seaman gave a 23-minute sit-down interview on September 10th where he discussed John Lennon's life and was surrounded by memorabilia that he had, which goes against his 2002 agreement to stay quiet. Shut up, don't talk, and if you do, well, Yoko's coming after you. And you don't want Yoko coming after you. She'll give you what for. President Trump's disclosure that he had been infected by the coronavirus sent a shudder around the world, shaking global markets and drawing sympathy from leaders who grappled with the pandemic on their own, in their own countries, and more pointed responses from critics who noted Trump's cavalier handling of the pandemic so far. Trump is not the first leader to be infected with the coronavirus. Boris Johnson of Great Britain, Bolsonaro, Brazil, both tested positive. Johnson had it pretty bad. He had serious symptoms, ended up in intensive care. He said later, things could have gone either way. In other words, I could have lived or I could have died easily. Trump is older, higher risk than either of those men. The news of him contracting the lethal virus or potentially lethal virus carried global repercussions. Markets dropped today, as Trump disclosed that he and his wife Melania have the virus. Financial markets fell in Asia, presumably because of that announcement. Some foreign commentators took note of Trump's handling of the pandemic, saying it was a reminder that the virus draws no distinctions between rich or poor, powerful or weak people. Joe Biden said he is praying for Donald Trump and his wife. We send our thoughts and prayers to President Trump and First Lady Melania. We wish them nothing but better than a swift recovery. Joe Biden said that we will continue to pray for the health and safety of the president and his family. Not immediately clear whether Biden had been tested. I guess he has, though, where that has been confirmed.
yeah, and his wife
And Kamala has been
and
tested. Where
Pence and his wife have tested negative. Kamala's tested negative. But there's a whole lot of people around the president that never wear masks or rarely do. And
I have a list here. These are people who recently traveled with Hope Hicks, which is what they're suspecting that he caught it from.
You mean Typhoid Mary?
Yeah, of course, Melania. Jim Jordan.
Senator.
He didn't fly back though from the debate. Alice Marie Johnson, Robert O'Brien, Giuliani, Mark Meadows, Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner, Trump Jr. didn't fly back with him. Kimberly Guilfoyle, Eric, Laura Trump, Tiffany Trump, Derek Lyons, Bill Stephen, Jason Miller, Kayleigh McEnany, Gaby Hurt, Dan Scavino, and Stephen Miller.
I just hope Gaby's going to be okay. I don't know who that is. Large fire. 2 people minorly injured in a large fire that forced several neighboring homes and buildings in Box Elder County to be evacuated this morning. The fire started at the West Liberty Foods. It's apparently a meat packing facility
in Tremont.
In Tremont. The fire, two people had minor injuries, fire under control there. Michigan's Attorney General has filed a lawsuit against conservative operatives Jacob Wall and Jack Berkman. They've been charged for allegedly orchestrating a series of robocalls aimed at suppressing the vote in the November presidential election. Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel filed a slew of charges against the two, including conspiracy to commit an election law violation. They face 4 felony counts. Apparently, the voice on the call attributed to Wall and Berkman attempts to trick listeners into not sending in mail-in ballots. Also, falsely warning that the information would be used to track fugitives, collect on credit debts, and enforce mandatory vaccines.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
and
yeah.
enforce mandatory vaccines.
Oh, yeah.
The calls
And-
also told residents to beware of voting by mail. Don't get BS'd into giving your private information to the man, the call said. Stay safe and beware of vote by mail.
These calls were directed to specific markets, shall we say? If you take my meaning,
Neighborhoods where people of color live and poor people live.
And this is these two. Why they're not behind bars and able to still do this, I don't know, because they have been convicted of what they refer to as rat effery for quite some time. They're Trumpkins.
And a deceptive video released on Sunday by the conservative activist James O'Keefe, which claimed through unidentified sources and with no verifiable evidence that Representative Ilhan Omar's campaign had collected ballots illegally, was probably part of a coordinated disinformation effort, according to researchers at Stanford. Mr. O'Keefe and his group, Project Veritas, appear to have made an abrupt decision to release the video sooner than planned after the New York Times published an investigation of President Trump's taxes. So they're trying to also discredit Ilhan Omar and also claim vote rigging.
Yeah.
And that's Project Veritas. They're the ones who did that fake Planned Parenthood video.
Abortion clinic.
What's his name? Jason Chaffetz believes to this day was
And
true.
Spencer Cox, don't forget.
Well,
He
there you
believes
go.
it too.
All right.
That's
it?
good.
Yeah.
That's good enough.
It's Boner Fight, the final round.
Well, here we go. This will be interesting to see who wins Boner of the Day. Both of them associated with the White House.
Yep.
Boner candidate number 1. I am working my ass off on Christmas stuff. Melania Trump recorded showing her frustration at being criticized for family separation policies and how much she really seems to not care about the kids that are in cages down on the border. And she's bitter and mean and swearing and using the F word because she has to do the Christmas decorations at the White House. And she doesn't want to do
care,
that.
Do you?
Yeah. And that's going up against number 2. Well, it says here she's a Rhodes Scholar. Kayleigh McEnany, the White House press briefer, after claiming that Amy Coney Barrett was a Rhodes Scholar, somebody pointed out, no, she went to a place called Rhodes College. That's
In
not
Tennessee.
that's
Not
not being
Oxford.
a Rhodes Scholar. That's not being a Rhodes Scholar. A Rhodes Scholar is a scholarship, and it entitles you to go study at Oxford. And then when they pointed it out to her, she said, well, it says here she's a Rhodes Scholar. My bad.
These notes rarely lie.
That's number
They're
2.
often wrong, but they rarely lie. All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today. 1, 2, or 2. Remember those candidate numbers, the one that you want to win, and put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Most people vote that way. The rest go online to x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, October 2, 2020. Now, chances are when you get to x96.com, you won't see that box right away. Refresh the browser. It should appear. Okay? Then the rest of you call usually, 877-602-9696, and use your voice to vote. The producer's booth back in Salt Lake will take your votes. All right. Have until the end of these messages to do so. This is Boner of the Day.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the entire galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders!
Today, we join our missionaries as they land on a remote planet called Triskelion.
Hey, Lehi, ever wonder where Zone Leader Hansen finds planets no one has ever heard of to send us to?
Well, I'm sure these folks just call the 1-800 Subspace Channel and request visits by missionaries.
Well, we've been on Triskelion for over a minute now, and no one's made an attempt on our lives. I'd say so far so good.
But these are the agreed-upon coordinates. We were supposed to wait here for them to contact us.
What the flip?
Hey, where are we now?
You are in a cavern miles below the surface of Triskelion.
Looky, Butch, disembodied brains. Who are you guys?
We are the providers. 200 quatlus for the tall one. 300 quatlus for the tall one.
Excuse me, providers. I'm Lehi Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
500 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
As I was saying, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
600 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
We was wondering if you had heard of our church and if you'd like to hear more.
700 quatlus for Elder Jensen, and I'll let you have the fat one for free.
Hey, wait just a minute. Missionaries come in pairs. You can't split us up. We are a package deal.
Okay. 800 quatlus for both of the Mormons. That's my final offer.
Did we just get sold to that glowing brain under the glass doodad over there?
That's what it sounded like. We'd better get to the bottom of this.
Excuse me. It's me over here, Lehi.
You know, the fat one.
But you're not helping.
Sorry.
If you brains are done talking amongst yourselves, we'd just like to talk to you about joining our faith.
Silence! You are now a drill thrall. You will fight in the arena for our amusement until you are dead.
I don't like the looks of this.
Come on, don't be such a wussy. We have these big stick thingies to defend ourselves with, and our opponent is a scantily clad woman with big breasts. Come on, lady, take your best shot. Ow! Hey, I wasn't ready. Try that again, I dare you. Ow!
Hey, that's gonna leave a mark. Hey, provider guys, care to make a new wager?
300 quatlus on the missionaries. 400 quatlus on the scantily clad woman with big breasts.
How would you like to wager your eternal souls?
Make this good, or we will teleport you onto the surface of Triskellion's sun.
Okay, here's the deal. If we win, we get to go free, and you donate 1,000 quatlus to the LDS Church Missionary Program. We lose, and we will remain drill thralls and fight for your amusement.
I don't know. That's a lot of quatlus.
Oh, you chicken?
You have a wager. You two against all of the other drill thralls.
Oh, well, it was nice knowing you, Lehi.
Don't sweat it, Butch. I got a plan. Is this the end of Butch and Lehi? Will they spend the rest of their very short lives as drill thralls? Can quatlus be used to pay tithing? How exactly would you baptize a disembodied brain anyway? Tune in next time to hear Lehi say, "Put down your stick, Butch, and follow my lead."
Oh, but we couldn't take a Percy girl thrall, and you think we can take on all of them without weapons?
Trust me. Excuse me, drill thralls. I'm Elder Christiansen of the LDS Church. My companion, Elder Jensen,
Hi.
and I were wondering if you'd like to learn more about the Mormon Church.
Hey, where's everybody going?
Foul! You cheated! I demand a rematch!
On the next eye-gouging episode of Space Elders.
was from last night's Daily Show.
Yeah.
So you know.
All
Last
of that
night.
will be different today.
All different today.
I don't
All
know
right.
how Saturday Night Live goes from here, because they've been writing sketches and practicing. And
Oops.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some massive rewrites happening right now.
Who knows what?
Massive rewrites.
Well,
All
I
right.
mean, Alec Baldwin has got to be careful.
Let's award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by lentil soup and nice warm bread from the oven.
And Diversion Eatery offers brunch weekends from 11 to 3. Try the steak and egg poutine with a Bloody Mary or mimosa. It's the best. Open daily for dine-in or takeout, 535 North 3rd West. Check out the menu at diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1 was, I am working my ass off on Christmas stuff. First Lady Melania Trump complaining on tape to her former friend, nobody gives an F about the Christmas decorations. I have to do it. And then she talks about the kids that are being put in cages down on the border. What about the children that are separated? Oh, give me an effing break. She's a horrible woman.
Yep.
And she swears like a sailor, apparently.
Yep.
Going up against number 2, well, it says here she's a Rhodes Scholar. My bad. Kayleigh McEnany saying that Amy Coney Barrett is a Rhodes Scholar. No, she's not. She went to Rhodes College before law school. And then, I think she went to Notre Dame Law or some pretty prestigious, and she's smart. But she's not a Rhodes Scholar.
No.
Oh, my bad. And the winner was overwhelmingly number 1. I am working my ass off on this Christmas stuff.
Can we play that, Carrie?
Sure.
I want because the Christmas thing is minor compared to the other thing.
That's your Boner of the Day for October 2nd, 2020. Now might be Boner of the Week. Depends. Dave the Flower Guy will tell us who Boner of the Week is after these. All right, let me see. This is from CNN, so it should be bleeped, but just in case, Katie, be ready.
They say I'm complicit. I'm the same like him. I support him. I don't say enough. I don't do enough.
No.
Where I am, I'm working like a my ass off.
I know.
The Christmas stuff that, who gives a about Christmas stuff and decoration, but I need to do it, right?
Yeah, but
correct?
100%. You have no choice.
And then I do it, and I say that I'm working on Christmas, planning for the Christmas, and they said, oh, what about the children that they were separated? Give me a break. Where they were saying anything when Obama did that?
I know.
I cannot go. I was trying to get the kid reunited with the mom. I didn't have a chance. Needs to go through the process and through the law.
But here's my thing. Hear what you just said. But instead of that, if your messaging, you were so loved.
They would not do the story. We put it out. They would not do the story.
I'm telling you.
You would not believe it. They would not do the story because they would not do the story because they are against us because they are liberal media. Yeah, if I go to Fox, they will do the story. I don't want to go to Fox.
The overwhelming thing there, really, I think, is how it all affects her. This is all, it's me, poor me, miserable me. Even the kid, I was trying to do something for she does say I was trying to do something for the kids that were separated from their families. But then they wouldn't let me do it. I couldn't do it. They stopped me from doing it. I had to we have to let it go through the process. This is really ruining my life. Oh, you poor thing.
She's a hideous
hideous
human being.
And again, we point out, well, she's a birther. Secondly, she wore that coat with the writing on the back.
I don't really care, do you?
To
on
the
her
plane.
way.
That's what it said on the coat.
Border.
Yeah,
yes.
That's what
Yeah, anybody that says, free Melania or poor Melania, no. There's a reason she's married to this person. They're equally horrible.
All right.
Well, he made certain promises, like getting her parents' citizenship.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
That happened. Yeah.
Giving her a baby. And then probably there's some sort of financial agreement in writing there somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
So this is
What?
Yes?
Mike Lee.
Oh, boy.
Our senator, Mike Lee.
Yesterday morning, yesterday morning, I was experiencing symptoms consistent with long-time allergies. Out of an abundance of caution, I sought medical advice and tested for COVID-19. Unlike the test I took a few days ago while visiting the White House, yesterday's test came back positive.
Oh, no.
On advice of Senate attending physician, I will remain isolated for the next 10 days. There's a cascade of this because all of these people that are around Trump and are anti-maskers, and they don't wear masks, there will be a cascade of positives now. And our own Senator Mike Lee just announcing he tested positive for COVID.
Well, let's make a bingo card out of that list. And I see people are asking me, do you think it's fake? No. Again, early this morning, I questioned it because you expect this kind of thing out of this White House, and he has been known to flood the streets with another distraction when he's being looked at for something bad that he did. And all this week, he's had some real big hits. But if you look at the timeline of the reporting, the way it went down, reporters found out, confirmed, and reported it before the White House announced it. So I believe he has it.
It is too bad that Mike Lee. I mean, I am not a fan of Mike Lee's, but that's awful. I mean, it's just awful that he has coronavirus.
No, it's awful that anybody has it. But I think it's telling that these are people that have not been cautious with it, and
they've not taken any precautions. And as a matter of fact, if you watch any of those press conferences and the reporters ask questions, Orange 45 would always say, take the mask off, and when they refuse, he says, oh, because you want to be politically correct.
This virus
the Obama
does not care of your politics.
The Biden family was very upset at the debate because their family members, Joe Biden's family members, were in the audience. There was a small audience, and they all wore masks. The Trump family in the audience, none of them wearing masks.
Steph points out that Mike Lee met with Amy Comey Barrett.
She announced today she's tested negative.
She did. Okay. All right.
But
all right.
You're going to see a bunch of this the next. Now we have to remember that, it sometimes takes
Couple
2
of
or 3
weeks.
days before you notice symptoms if you're going to have them.
Somebody has texted, I'm really looking forward to Sean Reyes coming up positive.
Nobody.
No.
I don't want anybody to have this.
No.
Please don't do that.
Let's take a break, and we will be back with Boner of the Week. Stand by. Let's get a message now from the State of Utah Renters Relief Program.
If you've lost your job, you're having trouble paying the rent, well, there's money that can help you with that. The Rent Relief Program, if you go to rentrelief.utah.gov, if your rent's overdue, if you're struggling, please go there and see if you qualify. And the qualification is not big, it's not much. You have to have a few things, but make sure that you check it out. You could get up to $2,000 a month to help pay for your rent, your utilities, all of that kind of thing. The program goes until December 30th. So you can find out if you qualify by going to rentrelief.utah.gov. Up to $2,000 a month is available to you to help with utilities, security deposits, and overdue rent and late fees. So rentrelief.utah.gov. That's where you want to go right now.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders wandering around the streets of the Mos Eisley Spaceport, a more wretched hive of scum and villainy you'll never find. Let's listen. I just don't want to hang around here anymore. This place is pretty creepy.
Well, if we could just find the right parts, I can have your hyperbike making light speed in no time.
Well, where in heaven's name are we going to find parts for a hyperbike on this backwater planet?
This looks like a good place to start.
A cantina?
Yep.
We can't go into a place that serves icky Alderaan ale and icky Tatooine whiskey.
Oh, to heck with the rules. Your hyperbike ain't gonna fix itself. Hey, we don't allow your kind in here.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We'll just be on our way.
Well, I meant the droids.
Let's go somewhere where we will be appreciated, R2. Oh, don't ask me. I have no way of determining whether or not his parents were siblings.
Hey, Lehigh, check out that cool-looking guy sitting by himself over there.
Which guy?
The one sitting next to that giant furry carpet. He looks like the kind of guy who would know his way around the black market. I'll bet he can help us out.
That giant furry carpet is breathing and just happens to be heavily armed.
Follow my lead. Excuse me, sir, but I believe that you could be of some service to us.
Yeah, what is it, kid? You want to make the Kessel run on the fastest ship in the quadrant?
No, sir. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
He just wanted me to remind you that Wookiees have been known to rip the arms off of missionaries if they stick around too long. So what is it then? Do you need me to smuggle a shipload of Bibles somewhere?
No, but if you need a complimentary copy of the Book of Mormon, we can arrange that.
All I need is a charge blaster by my side. I ain't putting my faith in some hokey old religion.
Well, I believe that you would find the Book of Mormon to be more powerful than any blaster, and it serves to recharge us rather than us needing to recharge it.
Yeah, whatever you say, kid. What is it that you guys came in here for anyway?
We need a plasma inverter for a Mark 32 hyperbike.
You guys got any cash on you?
Cash? No, we don't.
Well, maybe we could work something out. You see that guy by the bar?
The green guy?
His name is Greedo, and he's looking for me. Now, you guys keep him busy while Chewie and I here make a break for it, and you'll find a plasma inverter on your hyperbike when you get outside.
You got a deal. Let's go, Lehigh.
Aiding and abetting suspected felons. Zone Leader Henson will not like this.
Now, maybe we won't put it on our report, okay? Excuse me, Mr. Greedo, sir. Hi, I'm Elder Jensen, and this is Elder Christiansen.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Will Lehigh and Butch ever get the plasma inverter off of this godforsaken rock of a planet? Will Han Solo try to shoot his way out of his neck scrape, or will he try using the Book of Mormon? Will Greedo join the church just to get away from our elders? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say, I can't believe we got thrown out of a sleazy cantina for bothering the regulars.
Well, beats the heck out of having your arms pulled off by a Wookiee.
On the next eye-crossing episode of Space Elders!
Okay, it is 9:53. Let's get Boner of the Week going here. Dave the Flower Guy.
Ahoy, hoy, Dave.
Oh, hi,
hi. Dave the Flower Guy. Dave is the guy you see around town if you live in Salt Lake or you work in Salt Lake. He drives around on a tractor, and he mows people's lawns, and he has flowers for sale on his tractor as well. Every day do you have flowers, Dave?
Most days.
Most days. So you can just say, oh, hi, you must be Dave the Flower Guy.
Who else would you be?
And I'd like to buy some of your flowers, Mr. Flower Guy. And you'd be happy to sell them, wouldn't you, Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Dave, you ready?
Yeah.
Dave has been listening all week. He pays attention to every single boner candidate we do, and this is his job to pick the worst one for the week. So from Monday, we had, well, this will go well. It's the governor of Florida saying about bars and schools in Florida. That's it. Just open them up. Open everything up. It's okay. Go on. Do it. That'll not go well. Boner candidate number 2 from Tuesday, Black Lives Matter has been very, very good to me. The story of a man who started this fake Black Lives Matter account and got a lot of money. I forget the total. What's it say here? I can't see how much, but a lot. Enough for him to buy a house and a new car. Just cheating people. Boner candidate number 3 from Wednesday. Geez, what did the goose ever do to him? It's a guy in Washington at Green Lake, I believe it was, in front of horrified onlookers, hitting a Canada goose with a club and then pulling its head off and stuffing it in his backpack. Boner candidate number 4 from yesterday. Well, we didn't know she was going to die. Hospital workers at a care facility, a hospital in Quebec. There was a woman there, an indigenous woman. She'd been admitted for a bad stomach ache. She had a history of heart problems. She was not feeling good. As a matter of fact, she was calling for help. And these hospital workers come and start, insulting her, belittling her, throwing racial epithets at her. And she turned on her phone and put it on Facebook Live, and it caught all of that stuff. And she ended up dying during that whole thing. And then number 5 from today, I'm working my ass off on the Christmas stuff. Melania Trump, showing that really all she cares about is her. So, Dave, who's the winner?
Number 2.
Number 2 from Tuesday, which was Black Lives Matter have been very good to me. The guy using a fake Black Lives Matter account to enrich himself. You're right, Dave. That's horrible.
Then my mom's in the hospital.
Your mom's in the hospital?
She's got leukemia.
Oh,
she got leukemia.
I'm sorry to hear
Dave,
that.
and is this something you've known about, and it's just gotten
No,
worse?
I came on Monday and she was on the floor.
Oh, man.
So I called the ambulance. They took her to the Salt Lake Regional. Then took her up to the Hudson Cancer Center.
I'm so sorry to hear
I'm
that.
sorry, Dave. Sorry.
She got leukemia.
Irma, right?
Yeah. Irma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How old is your mom, Dave?
82.
82. Well, are you allowed to go see her?
Nope.
That's so hard.
Oh, that's even worse.
I'm really sorry, Dave. Well, let us know. Keep us.
Okay, I will.
Keep in touch, okay?
Take
Thank
care,
you,
Dave.
Dave.
We
Okay.
love you.
All right.
We'll see.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.
Jeez.
Oh, well, this has been a week.
What the hell, 2020? I mean, really?
I had a text earlier. So what is it? Floods next? Is it floods?
Don't even.
I mean, I don't have any forest up here anymore to stop the water from coming down. So
It's like when the winter hits, it's going to be, we'll be buried in snow and there'll be avalanches everywhere.
Yeah.
I don't know what. I have nowhere to put all of this.
And the chat room is joking aliens, and I'm like, no, I would welcome them at this point.
Sure. They might have some good ideas, the aliens.
I would even welcome the to serve man aliens at this point, right?
Well, they aren't gonna eat us. We're tainted.
Yeah, that's true.
That's bad. Oh, we're not going there. That's bad meat. Oh boy.
Jeez.
I
really don't. It's too much.
I'm going to take a hot bath and read about epidemics of the past.
No, don't.
In my Lapham's Quarterly.
You go have some of that wine Jimmy gave you.
That's what I'm going to do. Let's see. Let me see. Will this help?
No.
It doesn't.
Not really.
Nope.
Nope.
No. There was a couple of seconds there. I thought maybe. No.
Nope.
Nope.
Hang on. I got guaranteed laughs here for Gina.
Nope. I don't think so.
Really?
Let's
'Cause
see.
It works. It works all the time. Let's see. Here we go.
Hello.
Kinda.
It just makes me want to cry.
Kinda, right? A little? Here's one. Here. How about that?
Hello. Now that.
Does that get you?
Gets me. That's
Hello.
good. That cheers me up.
Hello. Well, you know what I did yesterday to cheer myself up? Was I got on the HBO Max, I went down to the Adult Swim category, and I've started rewatching Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law. Now, a lot of those jokes aren't going to land for 99% of you, but by God, it made me smile.
Did you get that thing I sent you?
Exactly.
Peter Potamus.
Peter Potamus. Like I said, the jokes will be lost on 99% of you, but by God, what I'm saying is find that thing and distract yourself with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
I don't really care, do you? Yes, I care. I care a lot.
All right. Corey is next.